Cisco.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then
boom, with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Oh, good morning. Hey, yes, you. Good morning. 1 week. 1 week until Christmas. Why am I blanking? Who sang 1 week? It's a weird name. The song 1 Week. Bare Naked Ladies.
Hey, there
we go.
It's Ben.
It's Ben. Welcome in. Carmichael Dave, that is Christopher Law, Jason Ross off. You know what? I never remember until I get here and I see the YouTube. You know, because when you're walking around, you only see your point of view. You don't see somebody looking at you. I love this outfit. I love this Huddersfield Town sweatshirt I brought back a while back. But when I wear it in combo with my blue Kings hat, I look like I'm a Dodger fan.
Yes.
I 100% look like I'm a Dodger fan. I have to be careful about that. Good morning. Today, I believe, will be a better show than yesterday. Thanks to everybody who not only stuck around, but also all the well wishes throughout the day. That is a first. For me, if you missed yesterday, I was
gross.
I was not doing great. For those of you who, and I hope there's none of you that are chronic migraine sufferers, today is what we call the bruising day. That is where the place in my head that which is usually my lower skull, upper neck, whatever you want to call it, a little soft spot, where it starts. It is a bruise. Kind of got a numb head today, but I've been very, very careful with my diet, water intake, meds. So I think I'm on top of this thing, and we should be able to have a good 4-hour show in good spirits as well. I slept a lot yesterday, which I probably needed. And then saw Wicked last night with my family, and a part one of Wicked. And then I started going down this damn rabbit hole. I had taken them when we were in New York last February. I took them to go see it. And then, of course, my daughter is just...
Wasn't that the one where you had the wrong week for it?
Yeah, it was. And I ended up having 4 tickets go completely to waste. I basically paid double because I'm an idiot. Thank you for reminding me.
But you got a deal, so it only cost...
I did.
1.5.
I did get a deal. You have a better memory. So a great thing about working with you is as we get older, you're going to find, if you haven't already, that you serve in part as part of my memory because I forget everything. I'm mixed about musicals, but I am not mixed about the lore of Oz. And it's no surprise that this thing is so huge. Number one, because it's really well done and well written. Number two, believe it or not, I was... I often say things unfiltered, and then sometimes my brain stops me before because I know I'm going to get it. I was a theater kid growing up, big time. I was very much a theater kid. And yeah, I know. Did a lot of plays, did a lot of musicals growing up. And so I have a bit of an understanding, if you will, about them. But I also have a really weird relationship with musicals too, because they're kind of cringy to me. Watching them, whether it's in person, it's easier because you know you're there and that's what's going on. You if you're watching a movie that's a musical, it's a little bit different. And I have a hard time suspending reality because I always have an internal dialogue like, how hilarious would it be if real life was like that?
There's a great Saturday Night Live sketch with Norm Macdonald.
Well, that's all. Yeah, that's the statement.
Where it's like West Side Story, and like they're all I'm trying to remember the Jets
and the
Snakes.
Is it the
Cobras?
It's
Something. Anyways,
yeah.
He's just like, all right, they're coming for us, so we got to be ready. And then his whole group, like his whole gang, sings a song, and he's just like, it stops, and he's just like,
sharks.
And he goes, what the hell is that?
Oh my God. Yeah, that's it would not work in real life. And I think they're hit or miss. Like I loved the movie Annie. That was something I watched as a little kid. Great songs, great story, no problem. Then you go and you watch something like Wicked, and those songs are earworms. Like that Popular song is going to be in my, it was the same thing when I saw it. It's going to be in my head for 2 freaking weeks now, which is fine because I was wondering why I had the song. I had the song when I was traveling, when I landed. For some reason, I had the song Human Nature by Michael Jackson in my head. And I could not figure out why. Again, this is why. Tell them that it's human nature. And I forgot that when I was over there, like right when I got one of the movies I watch, there's a documentary called This Is It, and it covers Michael Jackson's. It's behind the scenes before his final tour. Have you seen it?
I have.
You have seen it?
Yes. So
look, I don't want to get. I can't say Michael Jackson without it. Look, I get it. I get it. Okay, just want you to know I'm aware. I watch that doc probably once a year because for me, it's one of the most fascinating things I've ever seen on video. Like, yeah, dude, weird guy. But I probably shouldn't say weird guy, but like I'm rolling over it. Totally weird guy, period. New paragraph. Watching him behind the scenes and how intimately involved he is with every aspect of the production, from like drum fills to tiny dance moves, to pyro, to whatever. And you're just watching this guy perform and how he's done it a billion times and knows when and when not to save his voice. And then when he does sing, you're like, is that like, he was so good that you had problems sometimes knowing if he was lip syncing or not. And then you'd know he wasn't lip syncing because he'd change a part of the song or he'd step off of it to save his voice. And just watching that, I really do. I watch it like once a year just to take in everything, and then I go on a Michael Jackson frenzy and listen to a bunch of his stuff, and that's why Human Nature was in my head. But then this comes into my head, and the Popular song and all that Wicked stuff, and it's interesting. I'm going to make a prediction right now, and I'm really kind of surprised it hasn't happened yet. And I've wondered this most of my life. I was a big reader growing up, and The Wizard of Oz, I think most people know this, but these were books. The books,
what?
Yeah, I know. There are literally, trust me, people out there that didn't realize that L. Frank Baum wrote a bunch of books, I think starting in like 1900, on The Wizard of Oz. And we all know The Wizard of Oz, and Dorothy and Judy Garland and that whole thing. It's maybe the greatest movie ever made.
Kind of boring.
Part
look, in black and white.
I'm always so fascinated by when that movie was made and how much it stands up. And what has surprised me, and you guys will remember, people dabbled in the world of comic book movies for a while. And then somebody figured out, wait a minute, these Marvel comic books have a lot of really good stories. And if we just find the right writers and people to be involved, we've got a gold mine here. And then Disney bought Marvel, and that we went through the whole thing where that was everything. At some point, someone is going to really throw their weight behind the Oz lore that there is, because it's certainly not as deep as the Marvel universe, but I think there's 10 books that L. Frank Baum himself wrote. And I want to say there's another 30. I think there's a total of 40 Oz books that were written over the years. And I haven't read the other 30. I don't think I've even read all 10. But there's like The Wizard of Oz, The Return to Oz. There's one called Ozma of Oz. I know I'm getting super nerdy here, but there's one called Ozma of Oz, which is phenomenal. It's a phenomenal book. These books are really, really good. And they go deeper than the surface of what we see. How did the Wizard get there? Who is he? What's it all about? And I know they had like the prequel a few years ago. They've dabbled around the edges with it, but at some point, I think someone's going to grab that IP, if you will, and they're really going to throw themselves into it and start releasing them.
Isn't it part of the public domain?
I believe it is. Now I don't know how that works. Like you can use the rights and stuff, but I don't know if that stretches to you can literally like take the material, make a movie out. I don't know.
They did that with Winnie the Pooh.
Is that what is that the
horror movie?
The horror movie?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Huh? Interesting.
I want to say there's going to be one, or there is one with Steamboat Willie.
The Mickey Mouse?
Yeah.
Really? Interesting. Yeah, I guess there you go. Then you've got all this IP out there that's public domain, according to Chris Erlod, that a studio could just grab with the proper writer. And I mean, you want to talk about like, and I think it would stand up today because you've got a ton of special effects. It's all not sci-fi, but fantasy and blah, 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 blah. They did it with Lord of the Rings and resurfaced that. And that was hugely successful. You had 6 huge movies off of that. I don't think it would be Marvel and I don't think it would be Lord of the Rings, but I think in a world where sequels are everything and nobody comes up with anything new, I'm really honestly surprised that when you're talking about what many say is the most prized movie, certainly on the Mount Rushmore, the Casablancas and Gone with the Winds and all that, certainly on that Mount Rushmore, that somebody has not grabbed that intellectual property and run with that Oz lore, which as Peg is saying on the chat, runs incredibly deep. So that's my idea. Somebody listening, make a bunch of money, get on the Oz train. And there's which now seamlessly reminds me of that magician guy Oz, who makes the rounds, the one who goes into the different football locker rooms or whatever, and you know what I'm talking about. It's the guy who does the thing where he's like, okay, write the name down of your high school girlfriend, don't tell me, and he's in front of all the football people, and then he cuts open an orange and pulls out a piece of paper, and it's Brenda, and that's absolutely right. You don't know my reference?
I know who David Blaine is.
No, dude, the guy's name is Oz. He like Schefter tweets him out. Like he goes into all these football locker rooms and freaks people out. He just did one, I think, with Damian Lillard and the Bucks. It's ridiculous. I'm not a believer in like actual magic.
Oh, I know this guy.
You know that guy. But like, I am incredibly impressed by magic, and I kind of don't want to know how it works because I don't want it spoiled. But that might be one where before the dude dies, and he's a young guy, but like maybe when he's in his 70s or something, like I'd love to see something where he's like, okay, here's how I did everything. Because dude, honestly, you cut like the lady in half and put her back together, the rabbit in the hat, like the coins. Like I know there's sleight of hand and props and all that. I don't understand. For example, he does this one, and I'm going to get it wrong, but the basics is right. It's like he writes down on like an easel, like where it's only facing him, like a football play, like 3 player names. They're in the meeting room, and all the whole roster's there. So he'll write down like Travis Kelce, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and Xavier Worthy. And then he'll throw the ball to Patrick Mahomes in there, and he'll be like, all right, without telling me, I want you to throw the ball to anybody in here. Just throw the ball, and then he'll throw the ball to Travis Kelce, and then he has him throw it back. And the bottom line is the 3 guys Mahomes will throw to, and then he turns the easel around, and it's the 3 guys. But it's not those guys. It'd be like an offensive lineman, an assistant coach, like random dudes, and he somehow knew. Now, the obvious one here is he got together with Mahomes before, but I honestly don't think that's the case. I don't know how the hell he does it. But it's the only guy I've ever seen that actually kind of freaks me out a little bit. Where I'm going, how do you know, like that and hypnotist guys? That also kind of freaks me out, where you have somebody like barking like a chicken or something. Barking like a dog. Chickens don't.
What was your saying last week? That got me. Oh man, it was incredible. I'll look it up.
Yeah, dude. Good luck. By the way, someone's taken exception to me calling Wizard of Oz the greatest movie ever. No, I'm saying, like, if you asked, like, any list you see of great films in America, in American history or whatever, it's always going to be somewhere, you're going to have Citizen Kane's always number one, which, whatever, it was fine. It was fine. Citizen Kane was fine. Wizard of Oz, Casablanca, Gone with the Wind, Godfather sometimes gets up there, sometimes doesn't. It's almost a little too commercial at this point. I'm saying, like, Wizard of Oz is always in that conversation. It's probably the most watched movie. I'd have to look at that, but, like, the most watched movie ever, probably. It's broadcast every year. Everybody's seen it. Try to find somebody that hasn't seen Wizard of Oz. That's over 20. Everyone. It's like a rite of passage here. Everyone's seen it. And I don't even know. Is Wizard of Oz? I'm sure it has, but now I'm thinking, is Wizard of Oz like, is it on in Japan? Like, has Wizard of Oz been, like, internationalized, where it's, like, dubbed in different languages? It has to have been, right?
Yes.
But
I don't have to look it up.
Yeah, but like, do other countries care about it? Is it a thing in any other countries? Or are they just like, oh, okay, here's this, whatever. Like, has it taken people by storm historically in other countries? Because I'm trying to think, like, what would be the equivalent here? I know we got a break. Is there a foreign movie that's caught on here that isn't, like, in our lore now, but, like, we know originated? I'm not talking about England. I'm talking about, like, a different language.
I got to think about
it. Yeah,
it.
me too. Text line help out. Chat line help out. All right, we got a big show for you today. Tim Plow, he does join us today.
Oh, your line I was thinking of, the duck is barking like a dog. The duck is barking like a dog, so obviously it's a horse.
I said that?
Yes.
It's not a comfortable place, my brain. I promise you that. Tim Plow will join us, head coach, UC Davis. No pun intended, since you were just talking. We'll just move on. We're going to talk about Michael Vick, who accepted the job with Norfolk State. And I said I'd give my thoughts once the decision was made one way or the other. Sean Salisbury, that was our fault yesterday. Is he joining us at normal time today? Do you know?
Yes.
Okay, 8:13. Katie Christensen. Everybody get excited. Yeah, Katie Christensen on at 9. Yes, I you don't have to sell me on Shawshank. I'm just saying it doesn't get in the top 5 on most of these lists, but Shawshank is probably my favorite movie of all time. I'm with you guys. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Leading off next. But first, read your shot sheet, Dave. You don't want to go to break. Not yet. I'm actually taking a trip up to Hoblet this weekend. I am. Because we are looking at vehicles. And there's no better place to go than Hoblet. I've bought one vehicle from Hoblet. So, you know what's great about them too is that they care about you after you leave the premises. You know what I'm saying? Like everyone's bought a car. Most of you bought a car before, and they're super. It's like a relation, not a relation. It's like a one night stand. Like everyone's super nice, and then once you get what you want, you move on. Nobody talks to anyone. It's whatever. I got what I wanted. I don't care about you anymore. Hoblet's so great because they do care about you. They want your repeat business. And they also want to make sure that everything's as perfect as possible for you. And that's because they're family owned and operated. At least I think that's why. They've been around a long time. They have a reputation to uphold. And they also have great deals. You can be as nice as you want. But bottom line is you want to save money. So it's the wrap up the year sales event going on right now. Save up to $17,000 off MSRP on all remaining new 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xEs. $17,000 off MSRP on hard to find new 2024 Ram 2500 tradesmen. There's so many deals up there, both on new and used vehicles. They have over 200 vehicles available under $20,000. That's crazy. Different from big city and auto malls. It really is. Take advantage of federal and state rebates with a new plug-in hybrid, especially as we get closer to tax season. It's always true pricing at HobletDodge.com. Price you see is the price you pay. No hidden fees, no add-ons, no surprises. Go to HobletDodge.com. Get up there today. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you. We'll take a break.
You never know what
Leading
you
off
might
this
hear
next.
when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Keegan going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
Let's do it.
Leading off, the 3 top stories in the morning.
Huge news. This is very important.
Here's cut number 1.
For me, man, it has all to do with the team, the organization. Where are we going? I want to make sure that we're in a position to try to win in the future, because that's ultimately what I want to do. Like, I feel like I'm continuing to get better as a player every year. But for me, are we looking like we're continuing to get better year after year? And are we going to be able to compete at a high level? Mm-hmm. And that's all mine is. Like, if we can show that this year, like, you sign the extension now. If not, like, I still have another year, but that's where my mindset is. I love the city. Like, I love being here. I've raised my family here. I would love to be here and retire here. I mean, how many people can say they played in one organization for their whole career? Like, right. I want to be a part of that select few people, but at the end of the day, I also want to win.
Dearon Fox on the Draymond Green Podcast, which triggers people enough, saying things that I'm sure will trigger some people. We'll talk about these comments. Yeah, he had more to say. Some of it's just fun. Other things we'll get into. There's going to be some people that think some sort of a way. I know if you are just listening, you want to see a differentiating set of opinions, just go into our YouTube chat where it hasn't started yet, but I can promise you the reactions will range from mine, which is this is great. He's being incredibly transparent. He's not asking us to read between the lines. And I don't think anything he said is out of line. I actually agree with the dude. I would do the same thing. And in this day and age, especially him as a Clutch Sports client, of people saying passive-aggressive stuff and dropping rumors and stuff like that, I think what he's saying, he's doing everyone a favor. I think he's handling this perfectly. And I want the same thing he does. Now, the reactions will range, of course, if you like De'Aaron Fox as a player and you think he can help us get to a championship, either as the leader or a key cog, you're going to, I think, you're going to be fine with what he said. But you're also going to have the camp that says, well, you're the guy that's been here forever and you're the best player on the team and haven't been out of the first round, so it's kind of your fault, and let's get what we can and get somebody else. And that's one of those be careful what you wish for. I can't sit here and tell you that trading De'Aaron Fox for X, Y, and Z, or Z, as they say in England, which is really weird. I can't tell you that that's not the right move. Nobody can. Anybody who is sure about anything like that is probably selling you something. What I can tell you is he's one of the best 4 players we've ever had in Sacramento history. And he's just entering his prime. And one of our GMs once, I can't remember it, maybe it was Monty, might even been Vlade, but I agreed with the premise is that being a general manager is all about gathering pieces, chess pieces, poker chips. And you want to try to gather and hoard those chips and add to them until you've got yourself a nice set of chips. I believe De'Aaron Fox is one of those chips. I'm fine with it. I'm 100% okay with it. I know there's going to be some people, too, that feel some sort of way about him going on Draymond Green's podcast. Draymond stepped on Sabonis. We all need to get over that. I'm not indifferent to the whole. Back in the day, and I guarantee you, by the way, as you go up in age bracket, more people are going to feel strongly about that than the younger crowd. I straddle the middle there. I'm not indifferent to the whole. I remember when Bird Magic hated each other and you didn't, and after games, that's just not the reality. These guys are professionals. They're rich. They're millionaires. They play the sport. And then once the clock is at 000, they can be friends. I mean, you're talking about a guy in Fox whose signature shoe is from a guy who is the closest thing we have to an arch rival right now in Steph Curry. Like, we just have to get over that. Also, we have to get over the fact that home uniforms are almost never white anymore, that shoes often don't match the uniform, that sometimes you wear shoes that are the color of the Lakers, for example. Like, all that stuff kind of triggers me a little bit, so I get it. I see it. I notice it. But then it's like, okay, it's just how it is, man. I don't think players being friends off the floor determines whether or not they are going to be good on the floor. Like, it's just a thing. Would I do it? Maybe not. Also, me, not a professional athlete. That's just it. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about all that. We'll talk about his comments. We'll break it down, and we'll get your thoughts as well. Number 2, please.
Cut number 2.
Fans on their feet, celebrating this one. The Bucks have announced themselves. Yes, the Bucks are back. 97-81. They clobber the Thunder. They are the Emirates NBA Cup champions here in year 2 of this event.
Honestly, even though the Kings weren't involved, when I saw the ending and the confetti and everything, I just, man, the greatness of sport. I actually shed a tear. The NBA Cup just means so much. And to see somebody, I didn't watch a second of it. Couldn't care less. Would have watched every second if the Kings were in it. But I actually, because of the news yesterday about the NBA All-Star game, and we'll talk about that as well, I started thinking, like, which event sucks more, the Cup or the All-Star game? Because they're both lame. They're both lame. But I think it's probably the All-Star game because at least the Cup kind of matters record-wise and they play. I just don't care yet. I care less this year than I did last year, and it's supposed to grow. I don't care. And was anyone tuning in outside of the Bucks and the Thunder going, hey, man, Cup final? I'm watching. Did you watch it?
No.
Yeah. Do you care?
Yes.
Why? No, I mean,
something different.
Yeah. Well, why didn't you watch it?
Huh?
But you didn't watch it.
Yeah. I'm trying to, what did I watch yesterday?
Actually, this is I want you to remember this because I want to know what took precedence over the NBA Cup final that you care about.
I don't remember.
Right. So, point being, something that you cannot even remember 12 hours later was more important to you than watching the Cup final that you care about. You don't care about it.
I care about the idea of it. And it's going to take like 10 years.
But shouldn't it be accelerating?
No.
So we're just what is going to happen for us to care about it in 10 years?
Like if the Warriors were in it, would you care about it?
No.
If the Lakers were in it, would you care about it?
No. If the Kings were in it, I would.
You didn't care last year when it was the Lakers and the Pacers, and you're like, oh, okay.
I cared about that because it's Kings adjacent. Because I was watching Tyrese Halliburton and going, oh God, is he going to get an NBA cut? This is going to do the whole Sabonis.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I had a connection.
You need moments like that.
I need connections, I guess. But even then, it was like, so you're saying over the next 8 years, we're going to need either the Kings involved or ex-Kings or whatever.
It's going to, like, the Suns take out the Kings in the playoffs, and they're off to a good start, and they're in the Cup final.
Okay, I would care about that.
Yeah.
So it's going to be situational.
Yes.
Okay. I hope you're right. The more things to care about in sports, I'm a fan of. I'm all for new stuff.
I mean, that's what it's like for in England. Sometimes it's very exciting. Sometimes it's not exciting at all.
I get it. I just don't know if the pedestal that you and I sometimes like to stand on when we bridge England and here, as far as
you don't like the other cups over there either.
Some of them, but that's a great point. Huddersfield got knocked out of a stupid cup, and I didn't care about it. I just don't know if it's the same culture here as it is there. It's just different, dude. And a lot of it's ticket pricing. We've gone into that before. And a lot of it's just soccer religion. It's an interesting conversation. I know we got to break. I just don't have the energy for the cup right now. It's not getting me excited. And maybe it's because I need to check into a $49 tune-up or something. with my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Good morning, 6:29 on the clock. It's cold outside. Ooh, is that still a bad song? That's still a bad song, right? Baby, it's cold. Okay. American Energy wants to help you stay warm and make sure your system is operating safely. I've said it before when I do these spots, and this is one of the things many things I love about the folks at American Energy is like, they don't want to use scare tactics in their spots, and I get it. Here's the thing. There's like legitimate safety checks you should do on your furnace when it comes to like things that could build up in your ducts, fire hazards. Like, that's a legit thing, but they don't want to push that and scare you. But it is nice for peace of mind to know that everything's operating functionally, not just from a safety standpoint, but also from a money standpoint, efficiently. You look down at that heating bill and go, ooh, ah. You don't want to do that. So now's the time to take advantage of the $49 tune-up inspection from American Energy. And hey, listen, if your system's over 10 years old, and most of yours are over 10 years old, it's free. Free, as Alan Stiles would say. Give them a call, 916-520-9990. They're offering $50 off your first recommended repair, or if you need a new furnace, how about half off the price of a new unit? Check them out at theaeway.com for an instant quote. That's AE is American Energy. The AE Way for an instant quote. We'll take a break. When we come back, Michael Vick accepts the Norfolk State job. We think we know who Sac State's going to hire next. We'll talk about this a couple times today, but let's just get into that story and what could have been before we get to head coach Tim Plow as we wrap up the season with UC Davis. We'll be right back after this.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sacktown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Fox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center for your Wednesday, starting out with foggy conditions. Plan for some drops in visibility during the morning commute. Heading through the afternoon, we'll expect to have cloudy skies beginning and then clearing out late in the day. Highs will peak today in the mid-50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
DC here, and if you've been thinking about a new car, don't miss year-end savings at Folsom Lake Kia. Hurry in for low payments and zero-down deals with approved credit. Folsom Lake Kia, over 25 years, right here in Folsom.
Yep, 'tis the season. Hey, if you take pride in your gift giving, here's a great idea for you. Gift cards from the Good Feet store. Okay, so arch supports aren't exactly what they've been hinting for, but you know they'd love them. And with the Good Feet lifetime warranty, it's a gift they'll enjoy forever. Buy a Good Feet gift card now, and Good Feet will boost its value 20%. That's a 20% gift from the Good Feet store. The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Vacaville, and in Reno on South Virginia Street.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. It's Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Good Guys Heating and Cooling. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Did you know that replacing garage doors is the biggest return on investment homeowners can get on improvements? Jason Ross here, and let me tell you about the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, a family-owned and operated company with third-generation owners that's been in business for 71 years right here in Sacramento. With new garage doors from Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, you'll not only get the wow factor, but you'll also know that you're working with a well-respected and proven company. Residential and commercial, brand new garage doors, or repairs to existing doors, they do it all. Take advantage of their free at-home estimates on new garage doors or check out the showroom with no appointment needed. And while you're at it, mention me, Jason Ross, or Sacktown Sports and receive $100 off a new garage door paired with a new garage door opener. Check out their website at ohdsac.com or call them at 916-421-3747. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
Get ready for rock legend Bret Michaels, bringing his unforgettable show to the Nugget Casino Resort in Reno on December 28th. Experience all the hits, all the energy with the iconic voice of Bret Michaels. And here's the ultimate rock star bonus, a chance to win a signed guitar from Bret himself, exclusively at the show. Don't miss your chance to rock out and create memories that will last a lifetime. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. December 28th, Bret Michaels at the Nugget Reno, where rock and roll dreams come true. The most wonderful time of the year has officially begun at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet in Sacramento. This is the sale you've been dreaming of, with holiday hits on every aisle. 12 full days of unbeatable prices on only the best Makita products in town, and much, much more. Free batteries with tools, free tools with batteries, and bare tools starting at just $99. So check us out at 6701 Power Inn Road in Sacramento, or shop our Christmas deals online at fastenersinc.net. Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Better tools, better prices.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Cocked your head to the side and said I'm angry. 5 days since you laughed at me.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sacktown Sports.
Attaboy. You had to be there, but if you were there when this song hit, it was just every once in a while a song hit that just gets in your head and does not go away. And this song was everywhere. Actually, weirdly enough, the album was actually pretty good, but this is the song they're known for. I think they had another minor hit, Bare Naked Ladies. But I think that was a song called It's All Been Done Before, I think was their other hit. But anyways, this is one of those bands that forever will be on any tour put together from that genre. They'll come out, they'll do one song you don't know, that other minor hit, and then this song will come on. And everybody will lose their mind. And one of the fun things about this song, too, would be it was very much like the song Even Flow by Pearl Jam, where you'd see people sing the first part, and then when he'd really start going, they have no idea what he's saying.
I know the Smoky Man's in this one.
Right? Aquaman Man. Or Iron Man or whatever. It's like like Even Flow, freezing, singing made of concrete. No one knows he doesn't know what he says. Welcome back. All right. Michael Vick was in the news yesterday for many reasons. Sorry, I just saw Russell. Even Flow sucks. Russell is straight up that old Muppet. The two old Muppets in the balcony that are always bitching. He is the human version of old Muppet. I kind of want to know Russell in real life. I just want to know if he's like that in real life. Like, is he like that around his loved ones and people that know him? You go out to In-N-Out Burger. It's like, In-N-Out sucks. Whataburger's better. Go to a funeral. It was all right. I don't really believe in funerals. What?
They didn't talk about when he got drunk that one Christmas. Ruined everything.
He just hates everything, dude. Anyway. I didn't want to opine on Michael Vick being the head coach of Sac State until it either did or didn't happen. But I think it's an interesting conversation to have because we have these adjacent conversations a lot. I mentioned earlier today, and by the way, I'm not making a comparison between the two. I'm saying it's a similar thought exercise. I made the comment earlier today that about once a year I watch that documentary, This Is It, Michael Jackson. And I posted on Twitter a couple days ago that I was watching it and how like crazy talented he was. And of course I know anytime I post something like that, I'm going to get the people that are sending me articles about the other Michael Jackson things. You guys know what I'm talking about. And it goes to the conversation of art and artist. Can you separate art and artist? And what are the unforgivables? And are there unforgivables? Can you still like the art and not like the artist or have major issues with the artist? And so with the Michael Vick thing, it's kind of like that. Now, for those of you who are not familiar, and I'm assuming almost all of you are, but want to be fair here, Michael Vick did horrific things to dogs. Fought them, bred them. I don't want to read about it. It is absolutely heart-wrenching. You don't have to be a dog lover, but full transparency, I am a massive animal lover, but huge dog lover. So when that happened, I, like many, look, I'm not going to lie. I'm just going to be really, really open here. When I first heard what Michael Vick did to dogs, my thought was, if this is proven to be true, I wish they had the death penalty for animal cruelty like that. Because if he did that to human beings, it wouldn't even be a question. Now, I get humans aren't dogs, but I also, in full transparency, if this is so terrible to say, but if I don't know who the humans are and I don't know who the dogs are and bad stuff happens, a lot of times the dogs are the ones that pull my heartstrings as much or more. Just because I it's a dog, it's an innocent dog. Not that there aren't innocent humans, you get my point, but it's tough. Animal lovers are I guess we're a weird bunch. Like the cat people are probably more psycho about it than dog people. But anyone who had an issue with what Michael Vick did, I promise you, 100% in your camp. Like ravenous. Like, dude, you're a horrific person. I literally hate your guts. I hope all the worst things happen to you. And then Michael Vick had some financial issues, big time. Bankruptcy. How do you go bankrupt when you have a $100 million contract? And he served his time. He paid not only his debt to society, but his debts. Signed another $100 million contract. And I don't know in the sports world if we've ever had a comeback like Michael Vick from where he was. And then he was able to pay his debts off, pay his debt to society, have a rest of his career good enough to sign another $100 million contract. And that's where it's such a difficult thing. On one hand, I'm a big believer in forgiveness because none of us are perfect. There's one person in history that was perfect. One that walked this earth, and that's Will Clark. Beyond that, we all have now, look, we haven't done that type of thing, I'm sure. So I want to forgive. And also, I'm not going to lie, I really am not indifferent to the idea of somebody like Michael Vick being around young, impressionable men and football, mentoring these people, being able to say, I did this, I did that. I was at the bottom. I was one of the most hated men in the country. Still am. But I didn't go and hide. I didn't run away. And despite the fact that he did those horrific things, net, with the money he's raised, with the work he's done with the Humane Society and the ASPCA, with the attention he's brought to animal rights since, net, he's probably a net favorable for the dog world, if that makes sense. Not those dogs. I'm saying overall. So how do you couch that? Well, not everybody's perfect, right? So who better to lead than someone who's been in the hole, who's been in the abyss, and who has come back out? But that's a philosophical question. And as I said yesterday, if you think Michael Vick is deserving of a second chance or deserving of this and would be fine with him being Sac State's coach, and you don't think Michael Vick is deserving of a chance and would hate him being Sac State's coach, I'm here to tell you one thing. The correct answer is yes, you're correct. I have no problems with either side. If you're a Bring it on. Let's go. This could be a great thing. He served his debts. I agree with you. I should say I understand you, and I think you're right. And if you say no chance, no how, get out of here, I'll never forgive you. I also think you're 100% correct. But that's not going to be the case. He goes to Norfolk State, and we'll talk a little bit later. It looks like Sac State, it's, I don't want to say imminent, but it's as close to imminent as it can be. Looks like Sac State has got themselves a hire for the football position, and arguably it's a far, far better hire. Certainly not the name, but boy, does this guy come with a really, really good resume and a lot of great recommendations. We'll get into that about 7:43. Interesting story. We'll take a break. We go from Sac State to UC Davis. Head coach Tim Plow will join us. We'll wrap up the season as it was, unfortunately on a down note, but a lot of good things to talk about. We always love visiting with Coach Tim. It'll be our final visit this year, so stay tuned for that coming up next.
The only place you'll find De'Aaron Fox is Sacktown Sports.
Spins away from the defender, in the paint, soft floater. That's a great play by De'Aaron Fox.
Hey Sacramento, it's De'Aaron Fox, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
I'm Craig Ashton with the injury law firm of Ashton & Price. It may sound contradictory for a personal injury firm to wish you a safe holiday season, but we at Ashton & Price wish that no one has to suffer an injury in an automobile collision. But if you're an accident injury victim, you can lean on Ashton & Price to do all the legal legwork. They introduce you to the best medical care providers in the area, so during this holiday season, you can focus on your health and your family. So from all of us at Ashton & Price, we advise you to have the happiest and safest of holidays.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, reminding you that every deal at Folsom Lake Ford is a slam dunk. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, including America's best-selling truck for over 47 years, Ford F-Series, plus a huge selection of Broncos, Bronco Sports, and all of Ford's award-winning SUVs at FolsomLakeFord.com. Listen, I know a great play when I see one. And if you want to save on a new Ford, you got to drive the lane straight to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with zero down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest financing, and Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. So hurry to Folsom Lake Ford, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they're my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop them online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and Clear Skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
It's Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, and guess what? Primetime football is back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high-hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. As always, offering the best food, the best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. So check them out, Capital Casino, and always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sacktown Sports.
Welcome back. Efforting Coach Plow. Are we sure? Hey, just to be sure, he is very punctual. We have the right day and time, right? When Jason's not here, I always wonder. Speaking of, there he is. I wouldn't blame him. Hey, I lost. Team lost. No need. No need for an interview. I have no interest in going back over it. Now, that's not his style. But I get it. I'd forgive him. He's been great with us all year long. And I would completely understand if he was like, yeah, it's been fun, Dave, but yeah, season's over, buddy. No need to recap this one. But that's not Coach Tim Plow, who joins us right now for his I'm very sad UC Davis lost, obviously. I've grown, and now we have a UC Davis coach on every year. And this is zero disrespect to the coaches of the past. It really is. They've all been wonderful. We have I feel like a special bond with Coach Tim, and they have been phenomenal interviews. So I'm sad that they lost, of course, for Coach and for the players and for the region, but also I'm sad because this is our last visit of the year, and I've looked forward to these each Wednesday as we bring in Coach Tim Plow, the mayor of Shredville. Good morning, Coach. Sorry about the result, but thanks so much for coming on with us today.
Yeah, no problem, man. Fired to be up here. Too bad we went down in flames, I feel like, but
yeah,
we should give it everything we had.
6 turnovers. I mean, is it that simple? 6 turnovers, 35-21. That's the ball game. Obviously, I'm sure it's deeper than that.
No, I think it really is just that. I think for whatever reason, we just had one of those days that it's hard to explain sometimes. But you got to give Illinois, you got to give South Dakota all the credit for forcing the turnovers, but it's something we got to look at as to why it happened, and but you can't win a football game and turn the ball over like that, especially against a good team. So we will regroup and figure out a way to get back there.
As somebody who played at Davis, as somebody who loves everything about the school and the program, and your job, the thing with college coaches is your roster flips year after year after year. Obviously, the losses hurt, but is it like the cherry on top of the pain sundae when you've got guys like Hastings, guys like Lan Larison, and all the seniors, and you know that this is how it ends for you guys, and you wanted more with them? That's the part I feel like as a coach I would struggle with the most.
Yeah, I think every game that we won in the playoffs, I think it felt like, oh man, I get one more week with these guys. That was kind of the best part about it was, I get one more week with Miles and Lamb and all these dudes. But I also think that the great part about coaching is that you develop those relationships, and then you get to watch those guys, become men and do their thing. So, you got a new crop of guys, you got to rebuild it, make the roster new every year. And I think the thing that makes that game the hardest is you feel like you were the better team. You feel like, that wasn't where your story should end. And I think that's what makes it hard. We always joked as a team, if someone's going to beat us, we want them to be better than us. And I think a lot of us feel like we kind of let that one go, and that's what makes it a little bit of a sour ending.
Coach Tim Plow, UC Davis with us. Maybe you've already gotten there. I don't know. But if not, how long do you think it will take you to go from the pain of the loss, the sadness that the season's over, from a micro aspect, but then the macro aspect from 50,000 feet? What a wonderful year for UC Davis football. What a building block in the program. And I, kissing butt here, you obviously have to know somewhere that you, your staff, and the players have to be proud of what you guys did this year, even if you fell a little bit short. Are you there, or how long do you think till you get there?
Well, I think it's a great question. I think that just like Coach Soker taught me a long time ago, I really am not tied to the results. I try to detach myself from results as fast as possible and focus on the process of our team. But I am human, and that one stings because I'm competitive. I want to win the whole thing, and I made that statement pretty clear when I got here that, hey, the reason I turned down all those other opportunities is because I want to win a national championship at Davis, and I felt like we had a team that could do it. And when we don't get it done, like I told the team, anytime we lose a game, I'm the one that people should point at. I got to do a better job. I got to figure it out. So those are things that bother me. But I think I'm proud that I'm proud of the staff. I'm proud of the players. I think all the accomplishments that happened this year, I think the players deserve all the praise for it. And I think now it's about how do we do the process even better. And I know I'm excited already. I'm pretty much moved on, and I'm just focused on, man, how do we start January 6th when these guys get back in town, and how can we redo that process a little bit better so that we can win 2 more games and get there. And so I'm looking at that with our strength coach and with our staff. And, there's going to be a new team every year, especially with the transfer portal. It's just going to be kind of every season's got kind of one season at a time. And I think the biggest thing I think about is how grateful and thankful I am for being here at Davis and being at a place that I really care about, and being at a place that I feel like cares about me and my family. And so I think I'm long-winded answer. I'm bummed about the loss, but I'm ready to go for the future. And like I told everyone, I'm going to be here as long as it takes to figure out a way to win those last couple of games. And I'm grateful that I have the opportunity to do it here.
Well, I believe you, Coach, and I think people listening do too. Your passion comes through. Thanks for introducing us to Shredville this year. And here's to many, many more if you'll be kind enough to come back with us, for example, next year. And I know it's a long off season. I know you got a lot of work to do. If you've got somebody that you're kind of on the fence with, or they're on the fence with UC Davis, I know Jason's on vacation right now, but I speak for him. We're more than happy to get in that living room with you if it makes a difference. I don't know how NIL works, but I always carry around a couple of crisp $20 bills and maybe a Jiffy Lube $100 gift card. If that pushes you over the edge, I just want you to know that we're behind you 100%, and anything we can do to help, we're here for you, Coach.
Well, Jiffy Lube goes a long way. To be honest, that's the way to get to people's hearts. And yeah, man, I just, on a personal level, man, I appreciate your guys' support of the program and giving me a chance to just come on and talk with you guys. And I'm gonna miss hopping on every week. So if you guys want me to come back, you want me to be a little like affiliate, talk some NFL football, or give you a little rundown of things, I can put on my Dan Orlovsky hat or my and give you guys whatever you need, man. I'm gonna miss coming on every week.
I love it. You know what? I absolutely love it. I think we will take you up on that. I got some creative ideas for sure. I don't want to wait until next fall to talk to you again. So you've been so kind with your time. The pressures of a football coach, especially in college, are insane. And here you are every week at 6:45 talking to us. So thanks so much, Coach. We're proud of you. We're proud of the program. We're proud to be the home of UC Davis. And we will talk to you soon, my friend.
I appreciate that. Have a Merry Christmas and find some joy, all right?
You got it, brother. Take care. That is Coach Tim Plow. Great year with him. We'll take a break. We're running late. When we come back, De'Aaron Fox on the Draymond Green Podcast talks extension and a lot more. We're going to break all this down for you next.
Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare and you want out, you need to get the facts. Wesley Financial Group and its founder, Chuck McDowell, have helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshares permanently, and he may be able to help you too. Call right now. Chuck will send you a timeshare exit information guide free explaining how your timeshare works and all your options for cancellation. You want to call Wesley Financial Group, 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Once again, 800-761-0000.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vick's Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors.
Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
How was your drive to school?
Let me tell you, I had to get my iced coffee first. I just can't seem to put it down. My favorite rapper just announced a tour. My phone was buzzing like crazy. I'm so excited. I had to text all my friends right then to talk about it. Then someone started calling me and...
Let's try that again.
I turned my phone off right away. I never drive distracted.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Ho, 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 ho. Looks like you made the ice list this year.
Santa, don't you mean the nice list?
No, ice, because Prestigio Jewelers carries all the ice you need.
For over 30 years, Prestigio Jewelers has offered in-house financing and fine jewelry. Guaranteed credit approval between $400 and $10,000 with no money down options. Make this Christmas season unforgettable. The perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. With locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno, or online at prestigiojewelers.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
The most wonderful time of the year has officially begun at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet in Sacramento. This is the sale you've been dreaming of, with holiday hits on every aisle. 12 full days of unbeatable prices on only the best Makita products in town, and much, much more. Free batteries with tools, free tools with batteries, and bare tools starting at just $99. So check us out at 6701 Power Inn Road in Sacramento, or shop our Christmas deals online at fastenersinc.net. Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Better tools, better prices.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Holidays at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Your local sports leader in the 916.
KHD 1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports 1140.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Oh, God. Normally I plug the YouTube chat. It's to be one of those days. Dennis has landed. Dennis makes Russell conversations enjoyable. Dennis is a bot. I'm convinced. Welcome in. If you're not a bot, go to YouTube. Make sure you take a shower before you get in there and when you get out. And listen, watch. And there you go. Ooh, was Dennis talking crap on a different show? Aaron pointing it out? Love that. You can also text us at 916-339-1140. All right, Dearon Fox was on the Draymond Green podcast with, Baron Davis. And talked about a lot of stuff. We played his extension conversation earlier, but that was at the very beginning of the program. Let me replay it for you, and then let's talk about it here. Here's De'Aaron on Draymond's podcast.
For me, man, it has all to do with the team, the organization. Where are we going? I want to make sure that we're in a position to try to win in the future, because that's ultimately what I want to do. Like, I feel like I'm continuing to get better as a player every year. But for me, are we looking like we're continuing to get better year after year? And are we going to be able to compete at a high level? And that's all mine is. Like, if we can show that this year, like, you sign the extension now. If not, like, I still have another year, but that's where my mindset is. I love the city. Like, I love being here. I've raised my family here. I would love to be here and retire here. I mean, how many people can say they played in one organization for their whole career? Like, I want to be a part of that select few people, but at the end of the day, I also want to win.
Okay. That's going to make people feel a certain sort of way. I can only give you my opinion. You're welcome to disagree. I think De'Aaron Fox is a fantastic player. I think he is one of the best two-way players in the league. Full stop. He's one of the best two-way players in the league. He improves almost every single season, which is saying something. I think he's a guy whose ego is in check, which for a guy at his level is pretty rare. What's one of the things that is important to me is he loves this city. His family is in this city. He's been with this team through terrible times. And in 2 days, he turns 27. So we've got at least 5 or 6 years of De'Aaron Fox's prime. He's just entered his prime. He's everything you would want in a Sacramento King. He doesn't have off-court issues. He reps and rides for the city. So as a human, he's everything you'd want. Everything. And is he a perfect basketball player? Of course he isn't. But he's a top 5 point guard in the league. He's just entering his prime. He's a fantastic two-way player. He's threatened to get on all defense this year, at least second team. And he's here. And those of us who've been around a while know how difficult it is to get and keep players. We have to force them. Vlade Divac and DeMar DeRozan are the greatest free agent signings we've ever had. Everybody else has had to be drafted or traded for, and then we got to pay them to keep them, which is normal for any franchise, the last part. So I'm not on I've seen the other side. You want to argue this, that, whatever about De'Aaron Fox's game, that's fine. I would also say he's been surrounded historically by not the greatest players. Is there another level to his game? Yes, I believe that. Would I like to see him play angry more? Yes. He is not perfect. But he is a core piece to me. And what he's saying right now, for me, I'm totally fine with. He's been here now 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're in his 8th season. He has spent almost a decade here. They have made the playoffs one time. And he's saying, I want to stay. I want to sign the extension. But my only leverage on this team is not signing it because I want to make sure I don't want to commit myself to this team, have them all of a sudden figure out it's not good, be a part of a rebuild. Every player wants to win a championship, and he's saying he wants to win a championship in Sacramento. That's rare in itself. So everybody out there that isn't happy with the makeup of the team, thinks Monty McNair needs to do something, thinks we need another piece or two, wants Vivek to spend more money. I hear all of you guys. My problem is a lot of the people I hear in that camp are also going to have some issues with him, meaning De'Aaron Fox, or what he's saying. And that to me is incongruent. Because I can promise you that De'Aaron Fox's voice weighs the heaviest in the franchise. And if you guys want moves made, and if you guys want this team to improve, and if you guys want this team to do the things it needs to do to gun for a championship, guess what? I can promise you this, and I'm including myself and you and everybody you know in this equation. All of us put together combined do not have the influence on Vivek and Monty McNair that De'Aaron Fox does. So De'Aaron's and our wants and goals are 100% aligned. Why would you not want that? Why would you not want him to say that? Why would you not? He's not saying, hey, I'm leaving unless you do. I demand. He's saying, look, this is my thought process. I want to be here. But I want to be here with a team that's gunning for a title. I don't want to spend my entire career with one team and not be in the dance. Isn't that what we want? I'm all for it, dude. I am absolutely okay. And I love how transparent he's being. I love how honest he's being. I appreciate that. A lot more on this later. He said some other things I want to go over. The history of the beam. Draymond Green hates it. DeRozan. Mike Brown. A lot of stuff he said on that podcast. We got all broken down for you. Thanks to Christopher Laud. We'll take a break. When we come back, 3 for Madness. Expansion in the NBA. The NBA Cup. And a legend says goodbye. We now have a date for that. We'll talk about all that next.
Thursday night, Kings and Lakers. Team night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings is Sacktown Sports 1140.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Not to brag, but Progressive's Name Your Price tool is mankind's greatest tool ever. Even better than the wheel. Sure, without the wheel, we wouldn't have modern transportation or funny videos of dogs riding skateboards. But without the Name Your Price tool, we wouldn't have easy access to auto insurance options based on our budget. And, well, cars do need wheels. They also need insurance, and insurance never goes flat. Learn more about the greatest tool ever, the Name Your Price tool at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
3 questions, 3 answers. It's 3 for Madness on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Here's question 1.
New All-Star Game rules were announced. We'll talk about that. We got a lot more De'Aaron Fox for you. Sean Salisbury at 8:13. Katie at 9. And Jason's not here for the Katie interview, so God knows where that's going to go.
What is this, elementary school?
Yeah, well, it's just she and I. Who knows? There's no mediator here. So we'll talk to her at 9. In the meantime, it's Chris Verlade. It's 3 for Madness. It's question 1.
Expansion to Seattle and Las Vegas is inevitable in the NBA. Will there be an instant rivalry with the Sonics?
Yeah, Adam Silver had one of his annual conversations yesterday with the media at the in Vegas at the Cup final. Said a few things. One of them was, hey, no, he keeps saying there's no timetable on expansion. It's not a done deal. Hey, look, it's going to be Vegas and Seattle. We've been saying this for years.
I think those 2 games could really help the NBA Cup too. The 2 teams.
Those 2, why?
Because I think you can get the groups into 4 teams, and that will allow a home and away. Like, it doesn't feel
mathematically it's better.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like you get like a couple extra games, and it feels more fair.
Because you'd have 4 groups of 4 on one side, 4 groups of 4 on the other. It makes the league 32 teams. There's going to be 1 Western Conference team. My guess is it'll be Minnesota. Might be New Orleans that moves to the East, because obviously Vegas and Seattle will both be in the West. And I've thought about this before, and it's not here yet, but I have thought, like, right out of the box, will there be some sort of basic rivalry between the Kings and the Sonics? I don't think the Sonics would be in the Pacific. They'd be up with Portland and all that. But I don't know. I think maybe it would be an eyebrow raise at first, just because the idea of the Sonics triggers some people and some PTSD. But Sonics were here before, before any of this. This is just a team that took a hiatus. They'll be back. And I can only speak for me. I was as involved as anyone and wanted them to stay as much as anyone. And I want there to be basketball in Seattle. I just didn't want it to be our team. I didn't want it to be somebody else's team. They got screwed by Clay Bennett in Oklahoma City. And we've gone over this ad nauseum. They got completely screwed. You look at cities like Atlanta and New Orleans, and there's a couple of others. No offense to them, but those fan bases are not what Seattle's was. Seattle's one of the best fan bases in the NBA. Attendance-wise, it's a huge market. There's a ton of money up there from a business standpoint, from a fan standpoint. It's a huge travesty that basketball was ever ripped from Seattle. I just didn't want it to be the Kings. But I always said, too, that for those holding grudges against the Seattle fans, if what had happened to Sacramento, for example, if Sacramento had lost and the team was in Seattle and had been playing there for a while, I would step on somebody's kid's neck to get a Kings team back here. I wouldn't care. And morals be damned. Because I want my kids to see basketball. I don't care about your kids. I do, but not as much as my kids. Selfish, a little immoral, no doubt about it. So I don't blame them for getting a little loose and crazy. I don't. And getting to know a lot of the media up there, a lot of the fans up there during the whole fight for these are legit good people, good fans. The NBA is better with basketball in Seattle. I just don't know if it's going to be a rivalry.
The people of Seattle are like that one kid that complained to their parents that Santa needs to give them this and Santa needs to give them that. And like, well, you better be good. And then they're just awful the entire year. And then they just get their Christmas presents anyways.
Wait,
that's who Seattle is.
So you are not.
So if we whine and complain enough, then we get a.
They got
team.
Screwed. I know you're not a Seattle guy. It's so weird that you're a Portland guy, but not a Seattle. Well, actually,
Portland's better.
It's not. Disagree. Have you spent much time in Seattle? I know that
twice,
and you didn't enjoy it.
No, I don't enjoy the people of Seattle.
I understand some of what you're saying. I am a big fan of Seattle, but my being a fan of Seattle is the geography.
Love that.
I love the Pacific Northwest.
Like if you put me on one of those islands where nobody's at,
yeah,
perfect place for me.
Vashon, Bremerton, yes.
Get to go look out, see the killer whales,
yes,
have a cup of coffee.
Yes.
Heaven.
It is absolute heaven. If you ever get a chance to go up to the Pacific North, the Puget Sound Islands, Whidbey Island, all of those, any of them, they're all great in the dead of summer, July, August. It is absolute heaven. Food's amazing. I hear you on the people. But I don't want to paint a broad brush. There's some good people up there, too. Anyways, Chris hates everybody. Question 2, please.
Question 2.
Did yesterday's Cup loss drop your confidence in the Thunder?
Yeah, it's just one loss. But look, this is a young team. This is a team that it considers itself, and by all means should be, a championship, a true blue championship contender. And there are growing pains. This is, I think, the youngest or second youngest team in the NBA. And they find themselves with a 3-game lead as the 1 seed. And it ain't a fluke. They were the 1 seed last year, tied with Denver. This is not a fluke. They very likely are going to repeat as back-to-back 1 seeds in a Western Conference that features Nikola Jokic and Anthony Edwards and Luka Doncic and Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal and LeBron James and De'Aaron Fox and Steph Curry and John Morant. And they're probably going to be the 1 seed again. This is a very, very good team. But there are teams in every sport that do really, really well in the regular season. And until they get over that hump, they get to the postseason, and they just don't have it. Conversely, there are teams every year that are good in the regular season, and nobody really picks them, and then you find them in the championship game or in the Final Four in that sport. I would say the Bills are a good example of a team like that. The Bills have been on a fantastic run the last few years. No Super Bowls, no appearances. Obviously, no championships. So Josh Allen and friends have that hanging over their neck, and it's going to hang over their neck until they do the thing. The 49ers have been fantastic the last 5-6 years. Multiple Super Bowl appearances, great regular season records for the most part. They have not won a championship. And this is a team that once upon a time was 5-0 in the Super Bowl. But they have not won one. They are 0-3 in Super Bowls since 1994. Guess what? They now have that around their neck, even with that pedigree from before. So for Oklahoma City, I get it's the NBA Cup. It's not the NBA Finals. It's not even the playoffs. But you are in a marquee matchup with a lot on the line, cash-wise. And I know you're saying, well, the players, it's not a big deal. It's not a ton of money to them. Well, to some of them it is, number one. And number two, it's like Dame Lillard said. One thing I love about the NBA Cup is that I've heard multiple stories about players taking their money and dividing most, if not all of it, up amongst the support staff. And you're talking about support staff guys that make, 40, 50 grand a year, maybe. And they get 10 grand or 5 grand or even $1,000. Like, that's huge. That's a great offshoot from that. And the Thunder lost to the Bucks. Now the Bucks are a lot better than their record right now, but they have definitely looked a lot better over the last month than they started. They're 14-11. And let's keep in mind, the Bucks, let me find it here. The Bucks started out 1-6. They were 2-8 at one point. They're now 14-11. Just doing the quick math, that's a 12-3 spurt for the Bucks. They obviously have found their gear, but that was a 16-point battering Oklahoma City took. So, yeah, they got some questions, and they're going to need to answer those eventually. Number 3, please.
Question 3.
QB Brown's final broadcast will be the morning of the Super Bowl, Sunday. Who is your favorite NBA analyst of all time?
Let me turn it around on you, Chris. I'm just honestly curious. And everybody in the chat and text lines,
people are not going to like my answer.
Oh, shocking. Who is your favorite analyst?
I loved Bill Walton. And it's like, he's not going to give you like the X's and O's. He's not going to say, but he made it a story and he made you feel like you're watching something bigger than it actually was. And then I was all there for that. No matter what Pac-12 game he was doing, I was watching just because, you're going to get him pretending to be a bear catching a salmon for no reason.
I don't have a problem with that. I know a lot of people will, though. You are right. Bill Walton. Bill Walton, you either loved him or you did not. Yes. I've really struggled with this question because there's a lot of, I don't know that there's one that really, my problem is I can name analysts that I enjoy. I don't know if there's one, like in football, For me, it was John Madden growing up. Like, in baseball, it's Kruk and Kipe, and I'm obviously very, very biased. Here's one not a lot of people will like. I actually very much enjoy Doris Burke. I thought Mark Jackson had his moments. I know I'm picking some rough ones here. Rough one in Mark. I thought Van Gundy was great. Jeff Van Gundy. I'm biased. I think Jerry Reynolds is a phenomenal analyst. That's obviously me being biased. I get it. And by the way, Hubie Brown, the guy we're speaking of, 91 years old. You want to talk about a basketball life. I thought Hubie Brown, and I still think Hubie Brown is great. I think Vince Carter has a really good future as an analyst if he wants it. I thought Kobe Bryant, if he wanted to, and obviously he had bigger aspirations, could have been one of the great analysts of all time. And weirdly enough, I'm very curious to see if he decides to go in there. I actually think Draymond Green might be a very good analyst. I know. From the 916, Dave, I'm a big fan of yours. I've been listening to you for years. I've been living in Sacramento since I was a teenager. I'm originally from Oklahoma. Got to be honest, I get upset every time you talk about the Sonics. I feel like you're only telling one side of the story. The Thunder have changed things in Oklahoma substantially. The team was bestowed upon us after we hosted the Hornets during Hurricane Katrina, and the NBA saw there was a market. If you feel bad for Sonic fans, that's okay, but please talk about how beneficial the Thunder have been for a small market like Oklahoma City. I know we got a break. That's a very fair text, and let me explain to you why I don't. Because the Thunder are there, and you have Sam Presti, and it has been beneficial, and they are the 1 seed. And I visited Oklahoma City on the RV trip. And it was my favorite stop because you had the Oklahoma City, Seattle, Sacramento triangle, and talking to those fans there was like talking to the other side. And then I visited, along with Sean Thomas, we visited the mayor at the time, Mick Cornett. And I've said this before on the air, but in the entire trip, in the entire documentary, he said a line that has stuck with me to this day. It was the most intelligent line I heard in the entire process. You cannot be a suburb of nothing. The energy of the surroundings is directly connected to the energy. No, not American energy. The energy of the surroundings is directly connected to the content of the core. I will never forget those lines. I don't deny any of that. But what happened in Seattle was a sports tragedy, and Oklahoma City benefited at the expense of Sonic fans. Now, could you argue they needed a team more than Seattle? Yeah, I don't even think that's arguable. And it's been a great move. But the NBA screwed it up completely. It should have been expansion. It should have been something else. So, yeah, I'm going to talk about the tragic aspect of it. Again, sports tragedy, more than I'm going to talk about the benefits. But the Oklahoma City fans did nothing wrong. And I've never said that. I've never said anything about the Oklahoma City fans or negative about the community or the franchise itself. Now, Clay Bennett's a shyster. Clay Bennett. That was dirty pool. And I don't like. I'd feel a lot better if he'd sell the team and let somebody else enjoy the benefits, because he completely lied his ass to Oklahoma City, and he has made a ton of money and will, whenever he sells the team, make a ton of money. But please don't take that as anything against that great community and the great group of fans there. I've seen games there. It's a great place to watch. I'm just saying Seattle got screwed, man. But I hear what you're saying. It's a fair text. We'll take a break. When we come back, new All-Star Game rules. We'll break it down, thoughts as well. All of that coming up next.
Thursday night, Kings and Lakers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings is Sacktown Sports 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center for your Wednesday, starting out with foggy conditions. Plan for some drops in visibility during the morning commute. Heading through the afternoon, we'll expect to have cloudy skies beginning and then clearing out late in the day. Highs will peak today in the mid-50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
When it's cold and rainy outside, Bonnie is leading the way home. Right now, stay warm and cozy with a full furnace tune-up, just $59. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air. Schedule an appointment today at Bonnie.com.
Did you know that replacing garage doors is the biggest return on investment homeowners can get on improvements? Jason Ross here, and let me tell you about the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, a family-owned and operated company with third-generation owners that's been in business for 71 years right here in Sacramento. With new garage doors from Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, you'll not only get the wow factor, but you'll also know that you're working with a well-respected and proven company. Residential and commercial, brand new garage doors, or repairs to existing doors, they do it all. Take advantage of their free at-home estimates on new garage doors or check out the showroom with no appointment needed. And while you're at it, mention me, Jason Ross, or Sacktown Sports and receive $100 off a new garage door paired with a new garage door opener. Check out their website at ohdsac.com or call them at 916-421-3747. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Ba, 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 ba. Yep, 'tis the season. Hey, if you take pride in your gift giving, here's a great idea for you. Gift cards from the Good Feet store. Okay, so arch supports aren't exactly what they've been hinting for, but you know they'd love them. And with the Good Feet lifetime warranty, it's a gift they'll enjoy forever. Buy a Good Feet gift card now, and Good Feet will boost its value 20%. That's a 20% gift from the Good Feet store. The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Vacaville, and in Reno on South Virginia Street.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
The most wonderful time of the year has officially begun at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet in Sacramento. This is the sale you've been dreaming of, with holiday hits on every aisle. 12 full days of unbeatable prices on only the best Makita products in town, and much, much more. Free batteries with tools, free tools with batteries, and bare tools starting at just $99. So check us out at 6701 Power Inn Road in Sacramento, or shop our Christmas deals online at fastenersinc.net. Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Better tools, better prices.
The only place in the morning to get your sports fix.
Live and local.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Oh, my dad just texted me. Have I been saying that wrong my whole life? I said something about Oklahoma City. I think that I said bestowed, and he says it's bestowed.
Bestowed.
Oh, wow. Thanks, Dad. There's not that many, but I think there's still a couple words. I don't know if this has ever happened to you in your life, but there's still a couple words left in my world where, like, you read them, but you don't really remember hearing anybody pronounce them. And then you just think they're pronounced a certain way, and then somebody goes, what? Like, that must be one of them. What was one I had issues with?
The one that gets me is biopic.
Biopic, right? Like somebody made a biopic?
Yeah.
What do you think? It's like biopic?
Well, I've been hearing people a lot say biopic.
No, it's right? Isn't a biopic like a biography picture?
Yeah.
Oh, and they say biopic?
Yeah, but like it's a bunch of people saying
really?
biopic.
I think it's biopic.
That's what I always thought it was.
What about one that used to get me was homage?
It's pay homage to?
Yeah, but isn't it homage? Like that's an homage to.
But are they pronounced differently?
Homage, because okay, it's gonna sound really stupid, but there's a song on Dr. Dre's album Compton that I love called Deep Water, and Snoop Dogg is rapping, and he says something paying homage, and it got me thinking. Wait, is it homage? Because I thought it was an homage. Also in wine, which I'm not really into, but there's a type of wine, and it's spelled Meritage. Now that looks to me like Meritage, but apparently you're supposed to pronounce it Meritage. Words like that piss me off. Like, just be normal and whatever.
You picked the wrong language for that.
Those are some of my favorite things on social media. There's the guy who's like the teacher of English.
Yes.
And he's like, so it's always
is bear.
Or like through. Oh, so like TROUGH, where a pig eats from. So you call that a true? No, that's a trough.
No.
Yeah. Welcome back. Carmichael Dave, Christopher Ladd, Jason Ross is on vacation. New All-Star Game rules are being proposed. The NBA is floundering trying to figure this thing out. And here's their latest.
I really think MLB is going through the same type of thing, but theirs is better just because the game can translate better. I really think that the NFL and the Super Bowl is ruining this for everybody.
Like how popular it is?
How popular and how it's become a thing of that's the place to be.
Right.
And so now every sport is trying to get a place to be.
I don't think that's a bad shout right there.
And so like the reason why they're trying to fix the All-Star game so much is because we need our own Super Bowl.
The problem is that, like, for example, the NFL's All-Star game is the worst.
Yes.
As bad as the NBA is, the Pro Bowl is, the NBA All-Star game is, the Pro Bowl is even worse. I think if you had to rank the three, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think pretty much everybody would say baseball All-Star game, NBA All-Star game, Pro Bowl.
Which is funny because I think in popularity it's reversed.
I totally agree with you. You're 100% right. So here's what the what Adam Silver and friends are proposing. So and by the way, this is going to happen this year, and the All-Star game's in San Francisco. This season's format is a 4-team, 3-game, 1-night tournament featuring 3 teams of 8 All-Stars each, with the 4th team being the winner of the Rising Stars Challenge for first and second year players. The winning team in all games will be the first to score 40 points. So it's like an Elam ending style thing. It'll happen on the 16th. The Rising Stars event is their February 14th headlining All-Star Friday. Okay. I know it is very unpopular, whether it's baseball changes, NBA changes, to like, this is going to be destroyed all day long. It already was destroyed last night by Kevin Durant after his game.
I hate it. Absolutely hate it. Terrible. All-Star game, formats changing, all the formats, terrible in my opinion.
Okay. You didn't like it. I see what they're trying to do, and I'm going to give it a chance. Let me explain why. I think the key here, possibly, if this thing works, I'm going to tell you why it would work. One of the genius things here possibly is that Rising Stars thing. Because there ain't an amount of money that's realistic that's going to get these players to care. But you put first and second year players against a team of vets, they do not want to get run off the you do not want to get beat by a bunch of rookies and second year players, and the amount of trash talking that would ensue. There is nothing that pisses off professional athletes more than when young heads go after old heads.
Hey, how about you get my donuts for a change?
Yeah, that's right.
Because you lost to us.
The amount of bets that will ensue between teammates, for example, a rookie on the Rising Stars and one of his vets in the All-Star game. Yeah, you wear the Hello Kitty backpack there, guy. That is something that could. I don't know that it will, but I'm saying if this were to work, this is why I think it would. Now, granted, the Rising Stars team might come in and get smoked. But if it's competitive, that's going to be a big deal. Nobody wants to lose to that. That's number one. Number two, I think the Elam ending, that style, it absolutely works for this format. It gives you a chance regardless of how much you're down. It takes the clock pretty much out of the equation. Like, you're down 38-20, you can still win. You can still win with, whatever left. I don't even know what they do with the clock in that situation. I forget. Now, could they make it even better by offering up draft position or something that's going to get the fans to care so much that the players will have to care by proxy? Sure, but I'm not saying this will work, guys. I'm saying I really don't hate what they're trying to do. I see the logic in it. And I got to tell you, honestly, I'm more likely to watch now than I was before. Interesting.
I'd also like to see a European team.
I would too. I just don't know how you do that. Yeah. But I do hear you, dude. Like, if there was a way to divide it up by country or USA versus the world, but now you're granting an all-star position to guys from Europe that probably don't deserve it to fill out the team.
Yeah, I'm saying like a team. Like whoever wins like the Euro championship.
Oh, like the Panathinaikos comes over or whatever. Yeah, I'd also love to see like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Nikola Jokic, Luka Doncic,
and we've kind of talked a little bit about it, of how we see what they're trying to do with this cup, of like they're trying to get it to where a cup winner here faces a cup winner from there.
Yes, that would be a natural step in the right direction. No, I hear you. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll get into a little bit of college. We'll recap the whole Michael Vick thing from yesterday, where Sac State's going from here, and how that all went down. We'll do that next.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Welcome back to another exciting game day. Grab your rally towels, throw on your jerseys, cheer, shout, and save on your gas. That's right. Sports fans win big on home game days. Score instant savings of 25 cents per gallon on Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline with the Fuel Rewards program. And that's a victory for you and your tailgate team. Download the app, join the Fuel Rewards program today, and game on. Restrictions apply. Limited time. At participating Shell stations. For more details, visit fuelrewards.com.
It's football season, and Uber Eats is dropping undefeated deals on all your game day favorites. This week, score buy one, get one free 6-piece boneless wings from Buffalo Wild Wings, now on Uber Eats. Craving even more? We've got you covered with game day deals on pizza, burgers, tacos, and more all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms, taxes, and fees apply. See app for details.
Hey, pet parents. With Progressive's collision coverage, you get extra protection for your cat or dog, because there's nothing worse than seeing your pet hurt. Like when you see their face after accidentally stepping on their tail, and you say, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Pickles." But as you kiss his nose and rub his little belly welly, you know Mr. Pickles is thinking, "You betrayed me." Anywho, Progressive pays up to $1,000 in vet bills if your pet is injured in an auto accident. Learn more at Progressive.com and watch where you step. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Collision coverage subject to policy terms. Not available in all states.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, Folsom Lake Ford. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, like America's best-selling F-Series. Check out a huge selection of Mavericks, F-150s, and Super Duty trucks, or tech-filled SUVs like Explorers and Expeditions. Plus a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. All in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with zero down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest finance rates. And Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they are my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. For 35 years and counting, come down and take a test drive today. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
Tom's Watch Bar, your ultimate sports watching destination for all Kings games, hosted live by Sacktown Sports. With 360-degree viewing, surround sound, premium food and drink, and game day vibes that match being at the game, Tom's Watch Bar is the ultimate game day experience for all Sacramento Kings fans.
Carmichael Dave.
He has very good sources, and he just kind of tells it as it is and gets to the point.
Jason Ross.
He has a lot of pretty smart things to say.
He's good at what he does.
On Sacktown Sports.
Jason Ross on a much-deserved vacation. He will return after the holiday. And I wish he was here for questions like this. Chris, you did fantastic in the last one. I'm going to ask you another baseball question again. And everybody feel free to play along at home. It's a trivia question of the day. This one I think is a little bit tougher. The one the other day was how many states, there are 7, I believe there were 7, have just 2 teams. Not California with 5, but 2 teams. And Chris nailed them. This one I think you might get. I actually, you know what? I'm just going to be honest. I give you a 4 out of 10 chance. I would say I'm 40% confident you'll get all 7 of these, which means I'll be slightly surprised if you do. I would put the odds slightly against you. I think we'll run out of time. Teams in baseball without, and these are their primary colors, by the way, teams without either red or blue.
There's 7 of them?
7 of them. I'll give you that.
The A's?
That is correct.
The Giants?
That is correct.
Orioles?
That is correct.
Okay. The Rockies?
Okay, so that is correct, and because it's purple.
Okay.
Yeah, I struggled with that too for a second. That was actually, in my opinion, the toughest one on the list.
Ooh.
So you have 1, 2, 3. I think 2 of, if you get one, you'll get the other immediately, and then another one.
So this is, I'm guessing Tampa has some sort of blue.
They do, yes.
The Pirates.
The Pirates, that's correct. That's 1. I thought maybe you get the other right away. That's what happened with me. I got the other one actually first, and then went, oh yeah, and the Pirates too.
So there's got to be another yellow one, which for some reason I'm blanking on.
You will hate yourself because it is I wouldn't say it's obvious, but when I say it, you'll be like, oh, God, yeah. I want everybody to know, too, that can't see Chris on YouTube, that he is not looking at a screen. There's no cheating going on.
I could cheat?
No.
Oh.
And I put him I put him completely on the spot. He didn't know this was coming. Already somebody in the chat has gotten it. But don't lose yourself there. You have the A's, you have the Orioles, you have the Pirates, you have the Rockies, you have the Giants. You're missing 2. You're missing the connector to the Pirates, in my opinion. And you're also missing one that's actually kind of funny, but I can't say why because he'll give it away.
The Astros?
Nuh-uh. Astros.
Oh, they're red.
Yeah.
I
think they have blue, too.
Oh, no, they're super blue. Oh, the White Sox.
The White Sox, that's the funny one because they have a color in their name. Oh, you're missing one. Oh,
and it connects to the Pirates.
It only connects to the Pirates kind of with the color scheme is what changed me over. Not geography or anything like that. I'm also almost entirely positive you've been to this city at least once, if not multiple times. I could be wrong, but I think you have.
I think you are wrong. Oh, the Padres.
There you go. The San Diego Padres.
I have been there a couple times.
The San Diego Padres. Yeah, you see how the Pirates got me, and then the Padres, and then there you go. Welcome back. Trivia is fun. Also had a great conversation with my wife during the break. My daughter has a performance thingy tonight and all that, and I love seeing my kids perform. But also that means we get something for dinner instead of making it. And tonight I'm like a little kid. Tonight is and it was one of those things where she said, "What do you want?" And I said, "I don't know what do you want?" Which is always the right thing to say. And then she said the thing I would have said, Panda Express. I just feel Panda Express tonight. So we're having Panda Express. And I don't know about you guys, but if it's something I want for dinner and I know that at 7:51, I look forward to it the rest of the day. Is that fat of me? Probably. One other thing before we get to Michael Vick. This isn't a trivia question. This is just a question for you. I want to see if you're off, and if so, by how much, because I took my own guess. The 10 Commandments tablets.
Hold on.
Yeah.
We've got a listener, Scott Navarro. Sure, smelling the hell out of the show right now. He was confused why I didn't choose the Reds.
You mean for teams that don't have red or blue?
Yeah. I'm like waiting for the joke.
Right.
I'm guessing oh, here we go. Team without blue in it. Yeah. He just heard the blue.
Well, good thing. Hopefully Scott's also listening when we do the hockey version, and he suggests St. Louis for teams without red or blue. The 10 Commandments just sold. Now, this complete tablet of the 10 Commandments was from around 1,500 years ago. A 115-pound slab from the late Roman Byzantine era, believed to be the only example remaining from that era. It was discovered in Israel over 100 years ago. Blah, 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 blah. It just sold. Somebody just bought a stone tablet of the 10 flipping commandments. What do you think it sold for?
$10 million.
$10 million. I said $50 million because this is like, you can't replace that. I read through it. Like, it's not the one that, like, I think allegedly Moses wrote on or what. I don't know my history, but I don't think that, it's just like a copy, but it's from, Chris, you get the, if this was Price is Right, we'd both be booted, but you get the thumbs up. $5.04 million. Talk about, I'm always fascinated with like cool collectibles. Wow.
Is it weird how I think the stone tablets from the movie would sell more than that?
Oh, from the actual 10 Commandments movie?
Yeah.
I wonder if somebody has to have sold them at some point.
Do you know how like that's the big thing of like the 10 Commandments at like different courthouses and stuff, and people saying they should be there and they shouldn't be there? What a lot of people don't know is like it was Universal Studios paying for all of those 10 Commandments to be out there as publicity.
No way. No way. That's so smart.
And now it's become like this huge thing of just like, how can you take that away? That's been there forever.
That is actually smart. I didn't know that.
Guerrilla marketing back then.
By the way, I'm only bringing this up because this happened. This just happened, I think, last week. Did you see the story of, we were talking about Wizard of Oz this morning. Did you see the story of the ruby slippers that Judy Garland wore? Those sold at auction as well. Sounds like I'm making a joke. I'm not. Did you see?
It seems like they sell every like 10 to 15 years.
So the once lost ruby slippers Judy Garland wore in The Wizard of Oz were sold last week, nearly 20 years after they were stolen from the Judy Garland Museum in Grand Rapids, Minnesota. Great museum. So I just told you that the 10 Commandments sold for $5 million. What do you think the ruby slippers? These are the ruby slippers.
The actual slippers.
The actual slippers. What'd they sell for?
$8 million.
$8 million. You think they sold for more than the 10 Commandments?
Yes.
They sold for $28 million. The ruby slippers sold for almost 6 times as much as the 10 Commandments. I don't know what that says. But that is awesome. Hey, Aaron, on the chat. I can't give up. I can never pass up a great reference. Hey, I have these 20 commandments. Drops one tablet that breaks. These 10 commandments. If you haven't seen History of the World Part 1, that was the first, air quotes, dirty movie I ever saw in my life, was History of the World Part 1.
I want to say we watched that in like either Christianity class.
No, you didn't.
Or like ethics class.
No, you.
Yes.
No way.
We watched
Was
it
it
in
like
school.
a TV version?
Huh?
Was it like, dude?
No.
The scene. Okay, hold on. How about
like with the eunuchs?
Yes.
Yes, that's.
No, you
We
did
saw
not.
that.
Gregory Hines' feather? No way. Jesus. How old were you?
High school.
That ain't flying today. I think they're making it. Did they? Oh, they did make a sequel, didn't they? Didn't it come out like last year?
Yeah, either last year or the year before.
Yeah, I still haven't seen it. I kind of don't want to. Don't mess with although I do the only reason I want to see the sequel is because they ran a trailer for the sequel at the end of History of the World Part 1. And I am very curious if the sequel featured Hitler on Ice, which was previewed at the end of History of the World Part 1. Did they stay true to the trailer at the History of the World Part 1 ending? We'll take a break. I know I said I was going to get to the Michael Vick thing, but anyways, he got hired by Norfolk State. The Sac State Hornets are all set, by the way, just so you know. They are all set to, it sounds like, Brennan Marion, OC, UNLV assistant, author of the Go-Go Offense, and 37 years old. If they get this hire, it is actually, the sad thing is it's going to kind of, to some people, pale in comparison to the publicity of Michael Vick. But this guy's one of the hottest names in college football. Truly, he is. Look up Brennan Marion. He's one of the hottest names in college football. And all things aside, if the whole story from the beginning was Sac State landing this guy, it would actually be a lot bigger. This is one of those cases where the publicity kind of works against them, because this dude, by all accounts, is an absolute stud. We'll take a break. When we come back, De'Aaron Fox appeared on Draymond Green's podcast yesterday with Baron Davis. And we talked about his contract stuff a couple times today that he already spoke about. We've got De'Aaron and Draymond talking about the beam, De'Aaron Fox talking about DeRozan, and also on Mike Brown. Before we get to Sean Salisbury at 8:13, Katie at 9. We got a great second half for you next.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large, because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Get huge year-end savings on the all-new 2025 Silverado. Now at Maida Chevy.
With $8,000 off MSRP after rebates on select new 2025 half-ton Silverado LT and RST.
And Maida Chevy has one of the largest selections of new 2025 Silverados in the Sacramento area.
$8,000 off new 2025 Silverado at Maida Chevy. Now that's big. Huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Not available. Special financing leasing some of the offers.
It's time now for your 49er injury report, brought to you by the offices of J.G. Winter Law. In the game versus Los Angeles, the 49ers got back two key defensive players in defensive end Nick Bosa and linebacker Dre Greenlaw. Greenlaw, however, experienced Achilles soreness and played little in the second half. Also, safety Javier Brown left in the second half with a groin injury. Niners lose 12-6 to Los Angeles and fall to 6-8 on the year. Next up for the 49ers, it's Miami.
Serious accident. You deserve the law offices of Jeremy Winter. 877-637-3237. Jeremy lost his mother in a car accident and knows firsthand the pain caused by tragedy. That is why he became an attorney to fight for others who are going through a tragedy. If you've been seriously injured in an accident, you deserve more. You deserve better. You deserve Jeremy Winter. 877-637-3237.
The most wonderful time of the year has officially begun at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet in Sacramento. This is the sale you've been dreaming of, with holiday hits on every aisle. 12 full days of unbeatable prices on only the best Makita products in town, and much, much more. Free batteries with tools, free tools with batteries, and bare tools starting at just $99. So check us out at 6701 Power Inn Road in Sacramento, or shop our Christmas deals online at fastenersinc.net. Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Better tools, better prices.
All guests come to you from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are halfway through the week. Your week! So right now, I need every single listener on their feet. Callers, texters, YouTubers. Make some noise for Sacramento's favorite sports morning show. Carmichael Dave, Jason Ross, and the man behind the glass, Chris Berlon.
Hey now. Here we go. Halfway through the week.
Week before Christmas.
That's right. That's right. Welcome in. Welcome in. Chris, before we get to this Fox stuff, and then Sean Salisbury, I want you to give me the breaking news banner because, and I want to be clear here, this is just before everybody starts freaking out. This is one of my favorite forms of breaking news. We have breaking sports food news.
When it breaks,
we have it first.
It's Sacktown Sports breaking news.
Just announced by Suns owner Matt Ishbia. And I'm saying this hoping Kings officials are listening. Yes, I want to put y'all on the spot. The food at Golden One Center might be the best in the league.
The popcorn?
Fantastic. And I know farm to fork and live and local and all, yeah, fine. But some of us big fat slobs, we just want the basics. We want options. And Matt Ishbia definitely stumbled out of the block as most new owners do, but this is a stroke of genius. Quote, winning starts with our fans. When I walk the concourse at games, there aren't food options for families who don't want to spend a lot of money. That needs to change. So today, we're rolling out a new menu for all Suns home games. A hot dog, formerly $9 at Suns games, $2. 16-ounce water bottle, Dasani water, formerly $8.50 in the desert, $2. 16-ounce fountain soda, $6.50. I love that the soda is cheaper than the water. $2. Bag of chips, $7, $2. And this one, bag of popcorn, $7, $2. A $2 value menu featuring 5 items: hot dog, water, soda, chips, popcorn. Every NBA team should look at this and say, great idea. Are you going to cannibalize some of the business from the people going over and getting the poke bowl with bok choy and truffle whatever, the whatever tartar, yes, you will. But the volume will make up the difference, and your fans will be incredibly thankful and happy for it. They already do a lot of this in Atlanta with the Falcons and I think the Hawks. $2 food menu. Let's go.
I need to up.
Also, you can afford to do it. You know how I know you can afford to do it? Because I'm looking at Sportico's hot off the press 2024 team valuations. Just came out. The Golden State Warriors, who were bought, I believe, from Chris Cohan shortly before the Kings sold around, 2010, 11, 12. They were sold for, I believe, a then record $500 million about 12 years ago, give or take. $9.14 billion.
$450 million in 2010.
$450 million. Chump change in the couch cushions. Everybody has $450 million these days. $9+ billion. Props Joe Lacob. The Knicks, number 2, $8.3 billion. The Lakers, $8.07. The Brooklyn Nets, $5.7. The Clippers, $5.6. Where are your Sacramento Kings, you might add? Number 14, the Sacramento Kings in the top half of the league. $4.11 billion. They were sold in 2012 for $535 million. That is over a 4x in 12 years increase. How about just compared to last year, you ask? Year on year? Yeah. Over $780 million year on year. $780 million in this economy. So yeah, $2 menu. Y'all are making money. And by the way, let me be clear about this. I love that they're making money. You go, Vivek. These guys stepped up, took a huge chance, bought this team for a then record $535 million, paid a record price in little old Sacramento. Big cojones, built an arena, helped revitalize downtown, have done a ton of stuff in the community. This is not, for me, one of those, can't believe they're making money. Oh, and by the way, here's something else. I'm not asking for a violin here, but they've almost all lost money.
Oh, no.
Because the way it works, obviously, well, I shouldn't say obviously. You buy the team, you put your money in the team. It's not like you have access to that money. And they've had capital call after capital call. I would imagine net, every single owner is in the red right now until they sell their shares. And then when they sell their shares, they get the windfall. Now, could they borrow against stuff? I don't know, probably. I mean, I'm not trying to pull a violin out. I get it. What I'm saying is I don't have an issue with them making money. They took the chance. They helped save the team. Here's your reward. It is a buttload of money. Good for you. God bless. I hope you make more. But, maybe Ben sat down, was a little, hey, thanks so much for making us all this money on it's a team effort, private and public partnership. You know what I'm saying? Public put in on that stadium. You're both making money. It's fine. Maybe kick us a value menu. Hey, here's your reward for helping us fans make $780 million. Here's a $2 hot dog. Go for it. I'm fine with it. It's enough for me. Maybe sign that max contract with De'Aaron too, by the way. Maybe go above the tax.
Or just show a percentage of which each offering that you're getting goes to like the players.
Wait, say that again?
Like which percentage goes to the players. So like if you're buying a $7 popcorn, it says like 0.006% goes to DeMar DeRozan.
Like a bake sale.
I feel better paying a couple extra bucks.
Well, whatever their salary was last year, their total salary, there's a lot more that goes into running a team, obviously, but like salary, for example, what was it, like $120 million for the Kings, something like that, against $780 million. Let's go. Give me the $2 hot dog, please.
And we're not saying that it needs to be at all the places. There should just be a section.
Yes. Just a section. Just a cheap section. Four to six items. Popcorn's cheap, man. Your margins are still there.
Something that everything's connected on your phone. You should be able to like popcorn, 2 hot dogs, soda.
That's it. You're
paid at $12. Go. There's like a little box there.
That's right. Pick it up. Order number 13. Yeah. Your phone buzzes. Go grab it. Oh, baby. All right, good for them. I mean, look, I'm not proposing what I should be. Hey, how about a one-time yearly drop across the board for tickets? How about I'm not asking you to give all that back. Make your money.
There should be like one game where every ticket is the same price and it's like a lottery system where everyone goes, grabs their tickets.
And then just rushes in?
No. And then it's just like at like 90 minutes before the game, it's like, okay, your tickets are in section 111.
Or courtside.
Yeah, something like that. And so maybe some of the people that are used to the courtside, like, oh, maybe you're in 212.
So here's the thing, though. I don't hate it, but here's why it could never work. Number one, even if you could figure out a way where you're like, okay, season ticket holders, we're taking one game off the list. Your name's in the pool. Here's the problem. That's great for all the people moving down. Problem is,
yes,
the courtside guys, they ain't sitting at 212. So you're gonna have all.
But it should be like a story. Like
yes.
There should be like a story on the people that are taking your seats for the night. There's like, all right, they could have them.
Also, I meant to say this yesterday, and now is a good time for it. I do want to say something nice about Vivek right now that I meant to say the other day, and this is something I feel like I got to say once a season. Shout out to Vivek Ranadive. I cannot tell you how much I love the fact that this guy is obsessed with Kings basketball. Now, there is a myriad of things we could, complain about. But I will tell you the one thing that I truly, truly love about Vivek is that he is at pretty much every game. He is courtside in his seats for every game. I mean, there are some he misses, of course. He's traveling, whatever. That's fine. But here's the thing I love the most, dude. That I can't get enough of the pictures where it's like Vivek in his seats at the start of the third quarter and there's nothing around him. There was one the other day. I don't even think he usually sits next to his daughter, Anjali, and some friends, sometimes some people that work with him, Martina Colatronis or John Reinhart, those. I think there was actually one, though, where it was just him and not even his daughter was next to him. Right before the start of the third. And there's Vivek ready to go. He's not on his phone. He's not videoing and taking selfies and all that. He might during the breaks or after the game. I love that our owner is like, I am here to watch basketball, and he doesn't even live here. He lives in Atherton and flies up here and goes in and watches the game and goes home. But he is always, always, always here, and I love the way that looks from an owner. From the 714, think about this. Costco has been offering a giant hot dog and drink for $1.50 for 25 years. The stadium should be able to pull this off. Yeah, damn right.
When was the last time Arizona iced tea went up in price?
99 cents, baby. And whoever the CEO of Costco was asked famously a couple years ago, or there was a leak from an internal email thing, and the new guy was talking about raising the price of the hot dog. And you can look this up. This is no joke. The Fred Costco or whoever writes the dude back, and he goes, "If you raise the price of the hot dog, I will effing murder you." That's what we need to see. Chris, that's how you bring the elite and the unwashed together. Low hot dog prices. We will get to the De'Aaron Fox stuff. Sean Salisbury joins us next.
Keegan Murray plays here.
Keegan scores another three-pointer. Keegan Murray knocking it down for 23 points. Snatch De'Aaron Fox for game scoring honors.
Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave coming to you from a good friends at American Energy. Look, it's already cold outside. It's only going to get colder. American Energy wants to help you stay warm and make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of the $49 tune-up inspection. Normally $119, $49 right now, and that includes a full safety and duct inspection. And check it out. If your system's over 10 years old, and I'll bet it is, the tune-up, it's free. It's free from a company that's been in business since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ Better Business Bureau. Check their Yelp, check their Google reviews. Don't take my word for it. Give them a call right now. $50 off your first recommended repair. If you need a new furnace, half off the price of a new unit. Check them out at theaeway.com and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
On Sacktown Sports.
Yeah, throwback. Somebody said throwback jersey night with throwback prices. It's from Rob in the chat. I'm with you. Joining us right now. He's not immune to a good snack every once in a while. Thank you. We appreciate him rescheduling from yesterday to today. Joining us right now as he does each and every week, Sean Salisbury. Good morning, Sean.
Hey, how you doing, Dave?
I was just reading how the owner of the Phoenix Suns is now offering, he just announced, $2 hot dog, $2 water, $2 fountain soda, $2 bag of chips, and $2 bag of popcorn for affordable prices. And, with the money these franchises are making, Sean, are we on the same page that there should be at least a section for the fat slobs like me that just want cheap food?
Yeah. But I also, you know what? I don't know why we don't do more of this. It seems logical to me at times when you're struggling or things aren't going the way you want them, and the fan never gets a seat at the table. We got to go sign guys in free agency. We make trades. We, change the jerseys and do all those things, upgrade the facilities. And the one thing we never do is give, and I know there's dollar dog night like in Houston and that, but we never really go into, it's few and far between where we say, you know what, all the money they spend, whether it's football, basketball, or baseball, all the stuff that fans do, all the stuff they got to put up with at times when you get rid of good players or don't sign free agents. Why wouldn't we do more of this? I know like in a college town when kids can't afford it, the 2-for-1 nights are sold out. You got 2-for-1 night on a Tuesday that's not Monday Night Football. It's like, man, what are these kids doing in a bar or a restaurant? Well, because it's good food and it's cheap and they want to eat for free or they want to eat cheap. I don't understand why owners, even if it's just a feel-good thing, why we're not doing more of this, especially when you know just how much money. I know everybody's got a bottom line, but a little bit goes a long way.
Yep.
Everybody, the NFL, NBA, they all get a seat at the table with lawyers and sponsors and advertisers. But what we never do is give them a seat at the table to say, well, what would make you go more often? Well, the fact that I'd spend $18 for a beer would be nice. And some of these folks work their ass off and still support and buy jerseys. And guess what? And I heard you say, the throwback jersey night at throwback prices. What a brilliant idea. So I'll always stand by the fan in this because with all the money and all the things that go on, it would be nice if it would do more than just once a year or special. And a bobblehead night's a blast. Everybody loves a bobblehead night. But you know what? How about a third of the price food night or one of those where that's the way you do it, or a third of the price food season? And, yeah, it costs the owner a little bit more money, but you know what? It goes a long way to your future. Sometimes you got to rob Peter and pay Paul, and sometimes you got to take a step back to move 15 steps forward. We all have done that in our life, and I see no better way than in pro sports facilities and with the money that these fans have to pay. Most can't afford it. That's another reason why it's a big corporate thing in sports now. Super Bowl will be 85% corporate. Normal fans don't get in there unless you want to go to the A&M game, right? When A&M plays Texas and spend average ticket price of what? $900 or $1,100 or $1,600. The prices go up, but every now and then the fans deserve a little bit more than just a once a year type of thing when it goes down.
Sean, my listeners will know I've been yelling about this for years, and I hope it happens in my lifetime. I hope it happens in your lifetime, but I'm not confident. It's interesting when you go down the road of applying the concepts of a union to fans, and it absolutely floors me. And it's going to take the right people. It's going to take the right organizing. But how we don't have every single professional team in American sports has a literal fan union that is chaired by fans on a rotational basis that basically can say, they can come to the table, as you said, and say, hey, guys, look, ticket prices are too high. I'm looking right now. Sportico just put out their valuations. We were talking about this in the last segment for teams. And I'm looking at basketball. The Golden State Warriors are now worth $9.14 billion. That's an almost $1 billion increase from last year. Chris Cohan sold the team to Joe Lacob in 2010 for $450 million. And I say, go for it. Make your money. You put the money up. God bless you. That's awesome. But why?
Nice ROI, huh? Nice ROI.
Right. So how in the hell do we not have fans that are capable of doing a mass boycott of the games, of advertisers, of whatever they want? Ultimately, Sean, you know this. If they were organized, they're more powerful than the players. They're more powerful than the league. Nothing runs without the fans. It's the one thing we don't have a union for.
And it's stupid. You are spot on. Just like, with this college players, we're going to get a union rep with NIL and collective. A union's coming down the pike. We know that.
Yep.
And they're going to have to. They are going to have to. And you hit it. The organization and do it And while I know money, that 90% of the money is owned by 10% of the people in this big rich world, but the truth is, there's plenty of smart people that aren't politicians. There's plenty of smart people that aren't front office people, or that aren't owners, or that aren't that aren't TV executives. Matter of fact, there's probably more of them because there's more numbers. And there is strength, especially when it comes to union, strength in numbers. And you are 100% correct. You elect union like you would on a team. All teams have a union rep, and then you have your overall union rep. Get every state or that there's a sports franchise in, find your union rep, vote on them like you would your politics or your homeowners association, and give them a seat at the table. Because if you tell us you want to make it, you want us to, we want the fans' voices, then why don't you save them a seat at the table? Let us put them a union together and let them sit there and let them tell you what fans that they're sitting next to that don't have a coat and tie on and make $1 billion a year. Not that that's a bad thing, but that we need them too. But also to sit there and say, here's why I'm not coming. And then maybe you should address the here's why I'm not coming in baseball or basketball or football, especially in basketball struggling, baseball at times if your team's out of it. Because you know what? Adding bigger bases or adding a golden rule at bat ain't it, okay? You ain't keeping a 25. Oh, it's the golden rule. I think that I'll just watch the game for 3 more hours because Ohtani's going to bat against the pitcher a second time after he struck out on the first out. No. That's fine. What they will do is they'll show up when you say, hey, we're having 3-for-1 beer night. 3 for tray. Okay, or whatever. We need a union for fans too. I know it sounds crazy, but if they want change, that's how you change. And a boycott will change things in a hurry. Always does.
Michael Penix Jr. in, Kirk Cousins out. The one that really caught my eye, though, Sean, and we could talk about that too, but is Will Levis out, and it sounds like Mason Rudolph in for a Titans team that is only gunning for draft picks at this point. This is part of a broader question I want to ask you. I'll call it the Sam Darnold corollary, and I know the Darnolds of the world are few and far between, but nobody knows more about quarterbacks and quarterback development than the guy who's on the phone with me right now. Are NFL teams getting it wrong when it comes to these young guys and how they're developing them?
Well, yeah, the most undercoached position, mechanics-wise and all that in pro sports is an NFL quarterback. I'm telling Jaws and I used to talk about this. It's a fact. When you get there, they expect you to know it. And then when you're not playing well, they wonder why your mechanics suck because they haven't worked on it. They expect all that to be done in the offseason. When I say undercoached, doesn't mean they're not in the meeting room putting up film, but they're game plan oriented, right? It's game plan oriented. It's not individual oriented. It's game plan. Okay, how are we going to attack this? We're not working on mechanics in the fall. We're not working on Caleb Williams going down low. How are you going to get the ball there so we can win? And then the offseason, they have their personal coaches. You're absolutely right. Now, some get it right. Not everybody's Jaden Daniels or C.J. Stroud as a rookie. Most play like rookies. And so, and I don't have a problem with playing them early at all. I don't have a problem because if the rookie is playing as good as the veteran or the veteran's making rookie mistakes, the same one every week, play the rookie. We'll test how mentally tough he is because I got to find out soon. I can't find out 4 years into his career that the guy can't handle pressure or can't. I don't mind finding out soon because then I'll know, I got something here. He may not be making all the plays, but I got myself a mentally tough. Look at all the crap Baker Mayfield's been through. Some of it self-inflicted. Look how he's playing now. Been kicked around, became a journeyman. Now he's going to throw for 4,000 yards and 30-plus touchdowns. The guy's playing out of his mind. So there are guys like that. And the Darnold, Geno Smith. Yes, it'd be great if you could do the Jordan Love, Aaron Rodgers, Brett Favre thing. Have a guy in front of you that you could sit and watch, and hopefully that guy's learning while he's watching. But it's the most undercoached mechanics position in any sport is the NFL quarterback position. We just assume you're a star when you get there. And then we wonder why when you're struggling that you're not. So the Levis thing doesn't surprise me. Coach is a new coach there this year, trying to get some wins on the board. And quite frankly, Will Levis is careless with the ball, although gifted, careless with the football, like Jameis Winston, who's been there.
Yep.
He's a great thrower, but careless with it. And you put teams in a bind, and you're doing a disservice to the other guys. Played him. I don't have a problem with that. And quite frankly, as much as I like Kirk Cousins the last 6 weeks, he has been putrid, unwatchable as a player, and he's a good player. It's just not working in Atlanta, and they drafted Penix for this very reason. Cousins, if Penix plays average, Cousins will not see the field again this year, and once you give a first-round guy the job, it's rare that you give it back. But look at Bryce Young. You benched him, he came back, he's playing better. So every guy's not the same. It ain't like you're manufacturing. This isn't an assembly line for quarterbacks. They're different, and the mental and emotional part, separates when everybody can throw it. The problem is he's throwing it to the wrong guy. So, yes, a disservice. We don't have the luxury of sitting a first-rounder long usually because that team usually sucked the year before. But it is important, the development process. But it's also incumbent upon the player to push that envelope. But we don't coach NFL quarterbacks on mechanics or that stuff. We coach them on game plan. And that's why you start to see things suffer. And while the quarterback play in the middle and at the bottom isn't very good, our top 7 or 8 of them are damn good, though.
Last thing for you, brother. Brock Purdy. This is going to be a story in the offseason. He's making like $900,000. He's obviously due a huge raise. The Niners could franchise him. He's still got another year on the contract, but reports, and I underline reports, say he's looking for, the big quarterback payday, 40, 50, $60 million. If you're John Lynch, what are you doing with Brock Purdy and his contract?
Now, some people are in the feel-good business. I want my players happy and respected and feel like they're wanted. You're a starting quarterback, you're playing, you're wanted. But I'm also a businessman. I'll tell you, I would franchise Darnold if I was Minnesota. You can't let him walk because J.J. McCarthy could be a good player. He's having too good a season. And I'm not willing to say, okay, as much as I love Sam, it's like, well, did Sam Darnold, let's see, if he makes 45 or 50, he's had one great season. I'd like to see him do it again. Then I'll gladly give him 55. Franchise him. He's going to make like 39 to 40, whatever it is. I know they want the guaranteed money, but you know what? It's a business. Well, I love you. You're still my starting quarterback, or I would have let you walk. I just can't do it yet. Show me one more time. Now, Purdy's been showing it a couple more years in the same place, and I'm a Brock Purdy fan. But it's the rule. It's set up for me to say I can use the franchise tag. So why wouldn't I use it? The guy was the last pick of the draft. I think he's a hell of a player, and I think he's even going to be a better player, and I do. I'm a big fan. But why do I don't have to appease him right now. What's he going to do? Hold out? Maybe. But he'll eventually be in camp. Go show me one more year, and then in the middle of next year or a training camp or whatever you feel it, you can say, you know what, you've earned the $50 million a year for 5 years or whatever it is. Now, if Lynch thinks that he is guaranteed top 10 quarterback, sign him and get it over with and work the cap. But to me, if you're still wondering a little bit with Darnold or with Brock Purdy because he was the last pick of the draft, franchise him. It saves you. You got movement. You can ask. The rule is set up for you to do that. Just like the transfer rule and the NIL rule in college, they have taken advantage of it to the point of ad nauseum. Why the hell wouldn't I, as an NFL GM, say, you're gonna have to show me a little more. 1 year as a franchise for $42 million ain't bad for the last pick of the draft. You probably had a $50,000 signing bonus. I don't even know what it was. Yeah. So you know what? That's just part and parcel to the position, and that's the way things work. Deal with it.
Sean Salisbury joins us each and every week right after his show wraps up in Houston. Sean, we always appreciate it, brother. Playoffs coming up. It's going to be a crazy college football playoff followed by NFL playoffs. I'm super excited to talk to you, my man.
I love it, man. Love you, and happy Merry Christmas, brother, and we'll talk to you.
You too, brother. Merry Christmas to you and your family. Say hello to the kids. Love you too. Talk to you soon, bro. That is Sean Salisbury. We are late for a break, but always a good thing to be late when you're talking to Sean. 4 Down Territory. We'll re-up the Michael Penix Falcons conversation with Kirk Cousins. Does that affect the Niners in any way with their thing with Brock Purdy? The Titans, Will Levis, and Carson Wentz. It's a lot of backup quarterbacks here in 4 Down Territory, and we'll do that next.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sacktown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
It's all on his shoulders. Fox rocks. He fires for the win.
He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com.
I love spreading joy with gifts this time of year, but I try not to spread my budget too thin. Luckily, Kohl's has come through for me once again. I just went and used a 25% off coupon to score so many great gifts under $20, like cozy pajamas and fleece, amazing gift sets, and beauty must-haves. So if you're looking to give more for less this season, get to Kohl's. Select styles, offers end December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store at Kohl's.com for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. Call 800-881-4242. 800-881-4242.
Welcome back to another exciting game day. Grab your rally towels, throw on your jerseys, cheer, shout, and save on your gas. That's right. Sports fans win big on home game days. Score instant savings of 25 cents per gallon on Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline with the Fuel Rewards program. And that's a victory for you and your tailgate team. Download the app, join the Fuel Rewards program today, and game on. Restrictions apply. Limited time. At participating Shell stations. For more details, visit fuelrewards.com.
Tom's Watch Bar, your ultimate sports watching destination for all Kings games, hosted live by Sacktown Sports. With 360-degree viewing, surround sound, premium food and drink, and game day vibes that match being at the game, Tom's Watch Bar is the ultimate game day experience for all Sacramento Kings fans.
Merry Christmas from Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, and we're still celebrating Black Friday all month long. When buying a car, getting a good deal, it's kind of the easy part. We're Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram really sets themselves apart from anywhere else is the experience, from sales to service and everything in between. It's why so many people keep coming back to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. It's because it's the place where a handshake still means something. And if you've been wanting to experience that Jeep life, there's no better time than now. SacSuperstore.com, located off of Business 80 across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. It's Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Good Guys Heating and Cooling. Find out more at CITPFest.com. Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Increase leads and get more customers. We create tailored digital marketing strategies that deliver results. On your next campaign, aim higher. Go to aimyourdigital.com and get started today. aimyourdigital.com.
Ready for winter? Forecasters are already predicting record sick days. Don't become a healthcare statistic. Fight sickness with fitness. Create a daily workout and stick to it. Let the Good Feet store help you meet your workout goals. With Good Feet Arch Supports, the pain in your feet, knees, hips, and back become history. And Good Feet Arch Supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Visit goodfeet.com for an appointment or just stop in. The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Vacaville, and in Reno on South Virginia Street.
The only place in the morning to get your sports fix.
Live and local.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
So funny because every time, thanks to Sean Salisbury, Katie coming up at the top of the hour, 20 minutes. Every time something comes up about fan unions, which we've done on this show a few times, there's a lot of like, why aren't we doing that? Like, it's one of those really obvious ideas. It wouldn't be easy, but this is something that exists, for example, in European sports. I've met with them over with the soccer club. There's a union. It's not like a classic union or anything, but there's a group of supporters, for example, Huddersfield Town, Manchester City, any of those big clubs. And they meet quarterly with management. Sometimes the owners, sometimes the day-to-day president, CEO, stuff like that. And they bring stuff like that up and they have a conversation. And a lot of times they'll get a heads up, like teams will float season ticket price increases or different things they're going to sell in the team store or whatever. And then that's where the unions will, the reps will be like, hey, by the way, we've heard that the bathrooms on section blah, blah, blah are out or, whatever. And what kind of leverage do the fans have? Well, they don't. It's not like your typical leverage, but if there becomes a rift, they get very, very noisy about it, and they boycott. And you're never going to get all fans to boycott, but no team wants that publicity. They don't want 100 diehards, even if it's 100 out of 20,000. They don't want them outside with protest signs and flags waving, and you don't want that. So there is PR leverage there. It's not a difficult thing, and they wouldn't have the they wouldn't have ultimate power or anything. Don't get me wrong, but I do think it's something that could be a check and balance, and I think it would start with one team, and then it would spread to other teams with fans that would organize it on a rotational basis and follow the lead and improve. And there'd be stops and starts, and someone would be a tyrant and someone would abuse their. I mean, it's when you're dealing with people, there's going to be stops and starts. There's going to be good and bad. But I think ultimately the American sports landscape has room for something like that, where the fans, who are the ultimate bosses, who are ultimately in charge, feel powerless, and they don't have to be. And I think someday the right person or the right group of people is going to launch that, and it is going to work. And we'll be sitting here, hopefully in my lifetime, saying, see, hey, there it is. So I'm all for that. All right, 4-down territory right now, please. First down, Chris Erlod.
Michael Penix has been named the starter for the Falcons over Kirk Cousins. Is this the right move?
If you think Penix is the guy, but what's weird about it is the Falcons they're in the playoff mix. I don't know. But nobody knows that team. Nobody knows the team better than the coaches. So they're putting their jobs, or at least reputations, a little bit on the line. So I respect that. If you're seeing something in games and practices, whatever, and you go, wow, this kid is going to give us a better chance. Okay, but my goodness, talk about throwing him into the fire. Because if it goes right, we saw a little bit of this on the opposite, bringing in Russell Wilson for Justin Fields. And so far, that kind of looks like it's working. But this isn't a team like the Titans, for example, who will feature in our next question, who are out of it. This is the Atlanta Falcons, who are 7-7. They're a game out of the division lead. And their upcoming schedule, they've got the Giants, the Commanders, and the Panthers. They should win at least 2 of those 3. I don't know. Well, I guess the easy answer is time will tell. We'll talk in 3 weeks. Number 2, please. Second down.
Does this put Cousins at all on your radar for the Niners?
I don't think so. That's going to come up because Kyle Shanahan's long had a love affair with Kirk Cousins. They worked together in Washington. Shanahan was credited a lot with Cousins' rebirth, if you will, but I don't think so. They love Brock Purdy. That's their guy. I don't think that's smoke and mirrors. And I think, look, Brock Purdy's agent is going to want to maximize the dollar, and of course he should. But I like, who said it yesterday? I think ultimately for Purdy, it's going to be something in the $30-40 million range, not top of the pops, but certainly there's going to be a thought there that the Niners are a great organization. They gave him a chance. He was Mr. Irrelevant. If he didn't get, they put him in over the number 3 pick in the draft. There should be, and maybe I'm being naive and Disney here, but there should be a little bit of loyalty on both sides. So I don't know. I don't think it's going to be a huge thing, but famous last words, I guess. I don't think Cousins is. I think it would be Darnold far sooner than Kirk Cousins. Third down, please.
The Titans are benching Will Levis for Mason Rudolph. Is this the right move?
I don't think so. See, this is a whole different thing with the Falcons. The Titans are out. Winning doesn't help them right now. Just like we talked about the Raiders yesterday, you need the draft pick. And Will Levis is 25 years old. He hasn't been horrific. Look, I'm not saying he's been great, dude. The guy's been a very, very loose cannon. But you can tell that there is talent there. And unless it's a situation where they're looking at Will Levis and they're like, yeah, you know what? This dude's confidence is getting smashed. We still believe in him, but we need to pull him because we don't want this thing to set in long term. You look at the rest of the year for the Titans, it's at Indianapolis, Jacksonville, and then home Houston. 2 of those are going to be very, very tough games. We'll see. But I don't like the idea of giving up on quarterbacks too early, especially high draft pick young ones, which go together. Number 4, please. 4th down.
Carson Wentz is set to start if Patrick Mahomes can't. What's the right move here?
I honestly think I'd put Wentz in there. The Chiefs are, I think, 1, maybe 2 games away. They've got a 2-game lead on Buffalo. Buffalo beat them, so I believe they have the tiebreaker. It's one of those things where it's like, and I'm talking about home field advantage for the duration of the playoffs. Chiefs have already clinched. I believe they've already clinched the 2 seed at the very least. And if this is something where you're going to put Mahomes banged up into the playoffs, I say let Wentz have a start or 2. Get Mahomes ready and healthy. Worst case scenario is you're the number 2 seed. Teams like the Chiefs don't really care about going on the road at this point, but you have a healthy Patrick Mahomes. I think a healthy Patrick Mahomes, if that's on the table, a fully, as close to 100% as you can be Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs is worth that trade as opposed to a banged up, hurting Patrick Mahomes that does have every game at Arrowhead. And by the way, that's assuming the Bills even make it to the conference finals. We'll take a break to the AFC Championship game. When we come back, who's hot, who's not, and let's get into some other of this De'Aaron Fox, Draymond Green podcast stuff, the non-contract stuff. Next, Katie Christensen joins us as well in 15 minutes. We're right back after this.
The quest for ring number 6 happens here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Ball Jones went up and caught the ball. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Listen on Sacktown Sports for all the 49ers action.
Jennings went up and took it away. What a catch by JJ! He scored 3 touchdowns today.
The quest for 6 lives here on your local sports leader, Sacktown Sports 1140.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more. And then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. Give your family a real treat. Bring out all the flavors of the upcoming holidays with the amazing Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers. And get this, Napoleon Grill's Black Friday Cyber Mondays include a limited time $300 off their top-selling Phantom Grill and 15% off all gas, kettle, and travel grills. Napoleon Grills are built different, built better, built to last. Complete with a lifetime warranty and premium steel that boasts absolute quality. Whitey and Napoleon Grills wish you happy holidays. Visit Green Acres Nursery today for your best selection of Napoleon Grills and accessories.
At Makita, good enough is never enough. It's not just about the power and runtime of the tool. It's about the power and runtime of the pro. We obsess over fit, finish, and feel. Every detail, from coatings to contours, all to create tools that won't hold you back, so you can build more and never settle. If it's not right, don't put your name on it. Makita, available at the Home Depot.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Most people know that the term birdie in golf refers to a score of 1 under par, but where did the term originate? According to Scottish Golf History website, it comes from the early 20th century American slang term bird, which meant anything excellent. While a 1911 edition of Maclean magazine described a golf shot as bird, straight down the course about 215 yards, the country club in Atlantic City lays claim to the first use of the word birdie. In 1898, A.B. Smith was playing the par 4 second hole when his second shot went within inches of the hole. That was a bird of a shot, he said, and claimed he should get double money if he scored 1 under par. He did indeed hold his putt, and the group thereafter referred to such a score as a birdie. In 1913, acclaimed writer Bernard Darwin wrote in the September issue of Country Life of his visit to America. He explained that it takes a day or two for the English onlooker to understand that a birdie is a hole done in a stroke under par. And now you know. That's Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
What's hot and what's not. Brought to you by American Energy Heat and Air, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Head to AmericanEnergyAir.com to find out more.
What's hot?
Yeah, hot. Real hot. And what's not?
It's not good. Brought to you by American Energy Heating and Air, Sacramento's complete heating and cooling company, and second opinion partner.
It's hot.
Darvin Ham.
I love hot ham.
Ham was the first head coach to win the NBA Cup with the Lakers last season. He is an assistant coach now for the Bucks, who just won the NBA Cup. And hey, this is strange. Darvin Ham is 14-0 as a coach in NBA Cup games.
What? That is awesome. Darvin Ham, the king of the NBA Cup. I'll take Ham on 5. Hold the mail. Good for him. Well, wait then. That means somebody's not hot.
The Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah.
They are 7-19.
Yes.
They've lost 9 of their last 10.
Yeah.
Are on a 2-game losing streak, but that is why they are not hot.
That's not why.
They are not hot because in the game where they lost 121-108 to the 76ers during a timeout, a kid was given a brand new PS5. What people didn't know at the time was the kid wasn't given a PS5 and was given a jersey instead after the whole giveaway. After it came out what the Hornets had done, they apologized on social media, got the kid a PS5 and VIP tickets to a Hornets game.
I don't know. I don't know the rest of the story, though. Do you have any clarity? I haven't really looked that hard, to be honest, but what do they mean they gave him a PlayStation and then gave him a jersey? How does that work?
My guess, and this is just a complete guess, they said it was a skit. So I think
the skit was, hey, kid, you just want a PS5? Ha, 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 ha. No, just kidding. Here's a jersey?
Yes.
Like,
I think it was played as a practical joke.
On a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a fan.
Yeah.
Of your team.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I rarely advocate unless it's something terrible for somebody to lose their job. And I'm not saying you fire those people, but you got to at least make them run laps or something, dude.
Here's what you do. You can do that same thing and do it in the opposite direction of like they're playing the 76ers. Hey, you won a 76ers jersey. And they're like, oh, you don't want a 76ers? Look, it's brand new. It's got, okay, well, then we'll go behind box number 2, see what you got. Oh, brand new PS5. Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Yeah, that's fine. Just in what world do you have to be that stupid? And I'm saying stupid to work in this business and think that that's gonna do well. Like, in what world? And by the way, if you're gonna do something like that, you do it. You do what every other team does. You set it up with like a team employee on the inside and his kid. Like when you see those marriage proposals that go bad, 99 out of 100, they're all setups.
And it's usually a fan of the other team.
Shocking. Because that's
when
where
something strange happens to a fan of the other team on something like that.
Yes. That's a setup.
Yes.
And that's fine. You're there for entertainment. Are you not entertained? That is not entertainment. What was entertaining was De'Aaron Fox's visit with Draymond Green and Baron Davis. I've always had a soft spot for Baron Davis. A, I love his game. B, he is an absolute spitting image of my cousin Nat, and always reminds me of my cousin Nat. Even his laugh and his smile. Good, great player. Huge dunk as a Warrior once upon a time. So let's start with Draymond Green talking about the beam and how much he hates it.
I hate that damn beam.
The beam.
I hate the beam. It disgusts me. And I get great joy out of when we play y'all and the beam does not get lit.
Have you seen it?
Of course I've seen it. And I've also been in a playoff series against you and had to go back to the hotel and look at it till 3 o'clock in the morning. Like, it's ridiculous. I hate that beam.
So Fox went into the history of the beam itself.
How did they introduce that beam to you? Did they come to you with the idea? Did they light it and y'all was like, dope? Like, what did you think of it at first initially?
So this was so not last year, the year before, the year we actually made the playoffs. We were playing in the preseason, and like they'd never said anything about it. We're playing in LA. We ended up beating the Lakers, but I think we lost our first preseason game, so like no one knew anything about it. And during the preseason game, we won, and they just tweeted "like the beam," and then it was a picture of a beam coming out the top of Golden One. So that's how we learned about it the same way everybody else learned about it. And at first, like it was a gimmick, and everybody was like, "Oh, how long is this going to last?" And then it started becoming a thing. Fans really started liking it, and other people started hating it. So I think that was the reason that they really kept it, is because other people started hating it. Everybody's like, "Oh, it's a gimmick," blah blah blah. But I think it's been dope. Like it's a cool thing. Like you drive around the city, and you go to a random restaurant, and they got some type of beer called the Beam, or they got a poster with a damn beam on it. So it's been cool for the city. And like obviously we have the baseball team here this year, and we have we just got an MLS team, but like.
What?
For as long as people can remember, it's just been the Kings. So being able to have that for a city that only had one professional team has been dope. And I think it just brings the city together. So if other people hate it, man, that makes me like it even more.
Dearon Fox breaking news. We've got an MLS team. What? I think it was a slip of the tongue. To my knowledge, and I feel like I know we do not have an MLS team, but we do have the Sacramento. And we will have the A's next year. And the fact that Draymond Green hates the beam makes me want to turn it into 10 times the size. I love that. I always forget that the teams can see it from their hotel. That's fine with me. Stare at that beam, Draymond. Stare at it. We'll take a break. When we come back, your analyst for the Sacramento Kings. And like I said, no Jason. So I will try to be professional. Jason's always the one that keeps it professional. Katie Christensen, she joins us next.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Welcome back to another exciting game day. Grab your rally towels, throw on your jerseys, cheer, shout, and save on your gas. That's right. Sports fans win big on home game days. Score instant savings of 25 cents per gallon on Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline with the Fuel Rewards program. And that's a victory for you and your tailgate team. Download the app, join the Fuel Rewards program today, and game on. Restrictions apply. Limited time. At participating Shell stations. For more details, visit fuelrewards.com.
Seasons change, but if you hope to stay healthy, your body needs to stay active year-round, whether that's in the gym or on the trail or at work. And that's where the Good Feet store can help. Good Feet's personalized arch support system supports all 4 arches, relieving pain in your feet, knees, hips, and back. And Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Visit goodfeet.com for an appointment or stop in for a free fitting. The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Vacaville, and in Reno on South Virginia Street.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, you got to tell me what's going on for the Wrap Up the Year sales event.
Wrap up our biggest savings of the year with up to $17,000 off MSRP on new 2024 Ram heavy duties. Plus, with over 400 new Rams available, including the hard-to-find heavy duties, your perfect truck is waiting at the Hoblet Ram Truck Center.
That's a huge selection of Rams, and that's why Hoblet's the top Ram dealer in California, Chad.
Not only do we have great deals on new Ram trucks, the Hoblet family dealers is growing with a huge selection of used cars at the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter, with over 220 vehicles available and over 45 under 20,000.
Start selecting save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
17,000 total net savings on select new 2024 Ram 2500 tradesmen's after 10,500 factory rebates and 6,500 dealer discounts. Rebates include 3,000 Hoblet inventory coupons while supplies last, 2,000 trade-in assistance on qualifying trades, 500 upfit, 2,000 California commercial business bonus cash, business ownership, and 500 upfit required. 5 net savings. Sample VIN 357313. See dealer for details.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPfest.com. It's Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Good Guys Heating and Cooling. Find out more at CITPfest.com.
The most wonderful time of the year has officially begun at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet in Sacramento. This is the sale you've been dreaming of, with holiday hits on every aisle. 12 full days of unbeatable prices on only the best Makita products in town, and much, much more. Free batteries with tools, free tools with batteries, and bare tools starting at just $99. So check us out at 6701 Power Inn Road in Sacramento, or shop our Christmas deals online at fastenersinc.net. Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Better tools, better prices.
KHTK-HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then boom,
with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Welcome back. Jason Ross off till after Christmas. So the wheels are off. We'll try to conduct a professional interview with our next guest. Analyst for your Sacramento Kings, Katie Christensen. Good morning.
Good morning, David.
We're going with David for professional, huh?
Yes.
By the way, Avery said to say hello. She just randomly
brought in the studio with you?
No, she randomly brought you up last night. She goes, "When's the last time you had Katie?" I was like, "Last Wednesday." She goes, she's used to me walking around with you on my phone half the time. She goes, "I haven't seen her in forever. Tell her I said hello." I said, "I'll tell her you said hello."
Oh, she's a good one. I don't know how that came out of you.
Her mother came out. It didn't come out of me. I saw it. Well, okay. No. I guess, yeah, no, that's a great point. Yes, I did all the hard work. That is true. And now she'll be going to college next year, Katie. How old do you feel?
I know. Ancient.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Not as old as you.
That's a good point. Yeah, almost though. Okay. I said something. Sometimes I say things during the week and I go, gosh, I wonder what Katie would think. And I want to say the thing to you because generally I say the thing and then you say calm down, you dumb. And Mike Brown said after the Denver game that he and his staff, I'm paraphrasing here, but he and his staff have to do a better job at these guys coming out of the gate early and doing the things, the defense or the 3-point, all that stuff. I'm sure you saw it. And I said, okay, so for me, that tells me one of two things. Either A, the coaching staff is not doing a good enough job. I mean, they had 3 days off. They're not doing a good enough job at getting these guys ready. And this is something that he said multiple times this season. So it's not like a new thing they've just discovered. So A, they're not doing a good enough job. Or B, to me, what's even worse is, or are they actually doing a really good job and the players are tuning them out, which is actually kind of worse if you're losing the team and they're just like, blah, 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 okay. Am I missing a third option there?
Okay, let me process this for a second. First of all, I don't agree with the thought process, I guess, is kind of where I'm hung up.
Okay.
I've been in, these game prep sessions and film and, going over the scouting report. And let me just say this so everyone's clear. This team is very well prepared. The coaching staff is incredibly well prepared. So, I think Mike Brown saying that is an honest evaluation of how he feels, because when you're sitting in that chair, you take a massive amount of the responsibility. But having been on the other side and been the person, suiting up and playing, like, it's a player's responsibility to come out prepared. The coaching staff gives you everything you need. It's on you to be prepared and to come out from the jump and be ready to go, be ready to execute, be ready to play at the level that you're expected to play at. And, this team has collectively set goals. So, it's on everybody in that sense. But I guess I disagree in the sense that it almost sounds like you're inferring that, the coaching staff has potentially lost the locker room. And I don't think that at all is the case.
Or they're or the other one was that they haven't lost the locker room and they're not doing a good enough job and the players are listening, but somehow these guys are repeatedly doing, or more to the point, not doing some of the same things. So I'm just trying to find what's missing here.
Yeah, I think that's a great question because it's puzzling to everybody, because I think it's clear, when you get down by 23 in the first quarter to a team that is very similar to the Kings in several ways. They have a really talented starting lineup. They were missing one starter, but that wasn't, Kings were, missing plenty of their own players. You're missing Keegan Murray in that game. Kevin Huerter's out. Trey Lyles has been out. It's just been an onslaught of injuries for this team. And, you have another starting lineup at 9th or 10th for the Kings this season. And this is a team that has, just rolled out the same starting lineup almost, every single game for the last couple years. So they've dealt with plenty of adversity and things that they're trying to work through and issues like that. And that is a factor in these things. But like Denver doesn't have a very deep bench at all either. The Kings bench has underperformed this year, and part of that has been injuries and changing and just trying to figure out new pieces. But they're not performing at the level they really need to be. And so, just to call a spade, they're, both teams have a great starting lineup, but not great supporting cast at this point in the season. So to get down 23 and then dig yourself out of that hole is really impressive. Their second quarter, they scored 47 points, 2 points off a franchise record for points in a quarter. So, they clearly have the ability. So the question is, how come stringing together 48 minutes has been such an issue for this team? And that's really, I think what the coaching staff's trying to figure out, what everyone watching is trying to figure out, what we're trying to analyze on the broadcast. And if I had an answer for you, I would be in a much different position than I am.
Sure.
So for me, I always tend to go to the thought process of this is on the players. They're prepared. They have the information they need. The scout is always top notch. They do a tremendous job. And every coaching staff really in the league does. With analytics and the, massive coaching staff that teams have now, they have broken down every element of every player of every game. And they had plenty of time to prepare for this. They had a few days off. They had practice time, which is rare. So to me, a little bit, which we see it a lot when teams come off of a few days off, it's almost detrimental to them, because playing in practice and all that is not the same as playing a game. And it's like we see it time again in this league, not specific to the Kings, is just teams, it might take them a quarter to get things going when you've had an extended rest. And I feel like that's kind of what happened the other night. So the thing is, okay, that's going to happen occasionally, but can it be a 5-minute thing and not a 12-minute thing? Because that's, and I said it at the end of the broadcast, Dave, everyone's going to look back at DeMar's turnover because that was a clear dunk opportunity. And they're going to say that that's what lost the Kings that game. It's not. I mean, it's simple. It's the last play of the game. We can go ahead and underanalyze this if you want and just say, yep, that's the reason they lost. No, the reason they lost is because they went down by 23 in the first quarter. So there's where your problem is. Now you have to focus and adjust and fix that. So, what is the solution? It's got to be collaborative between the players and the coaching staff.
You were wrong about one thing you said demonstrably, and I'll point it out to you as I love to do. I'll quote you. You said everyone says, and then you said the whole thing about the DeRozan thing. I think I said literally verbatim what you said, surprisingly, when I was analyzing this thing yesterday morning. Yes, I thought that was a perfectly drawn up play. DeRozan should have dunked it or laid it up. He was 100%. That was a clear play. He knew the ball was coming, and he fumbled it. Mistake. Lost the game. Yes, but they also lost the game when they went down 20 in the first quarter. I said the same thing, Katie. It's not everyone.
You have some of your marbles. Congratulations.
Katie Christensen joining us right now at the same time. It's so frustrating, and it's difficult because anything you say other than they suck is looked at as an excuse. It's not a moral victory. I don't care that they're getting closer. I don't care about any of that. Denver got it together in the end, and they were absolutely perfect, and Jamal Murray was on fire, and the Kings farted themselves around for the last 4 minutes and blew a 10-point lead at home. I'm going to ask you another impossible question because I like to do this, and I know you don't have all the answers, but I don't either. They're now 2 games under 500 at home. When they were the 3 seed, they were actually 2 games better on the road than at home. Last year, I think they won 2 more games at home. Their differential, and this has really been on my mind this year, their differential between home wins and road wins is at or near the bottom of the league. And this isn't just this year. This is over the last few years. Now, I don't need to tell you or anyone listening that Sacramento Kings fans are one of the, if not the best fan bases in the NBA. This isn't a case of empty arenas and fans that are blah, 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 blah. But, and I'm searching here, what the hell is it? And is it partially maybe because this fan base is so understandably scarred that it might be a little easier right now than the average Bear to take them out of it, i.e. a 20-point lead in the first quarter? Do you have any idea why there's that disparity?
I don't. Yeah. I think part of it can be attributed to the fact that, you got to actually analyze and look at who your schedule, who have you played. And I think we've had January and February, we're going to be gone most of those 2 months. I mean, the Kings it feels like we've been home, especially this month, way more than on the road. And you might go on the road for 2, but you come back. Like we have not hit like the road schedule yet at this point. It's not been terrible here early in the season. And when you look at the changeover between coaching staff as well as, personnel, and Mike Brown very publicly, saying on multiple occasions that he's still trying to figure out the workings of his staff, with the loss of Jordi Fernandez, who, managed a lot of things from rotations and minutes and all of those things, but also the players. I mean, like I mentioned earlier, 9 or 10 different starting lineups. This is, a wrinkle that Mike Brown hasn't had to deal with here yet. So I think it's more about, trying to integrate DeMar DeRozan and figure out how to make that work with the style and in this lineup. And all of those things kind of collectively, brought together. I think those all are factors in what the home, record is at this point. The road always has its challenges because you're on the road and, you factor in the injuries, like all of those things, Dave. I mean, I know we all want to look at it and be like, what's going on? This great fan base. It absolutely is. I mean, we just came from New Orleans where I swear to God, there was 3,000 people in that building and it was so loud. Like they have to pump in fan noise. And I'm sitting here going like, how in the world is it so loud in here when, there's 14,000 empty seats?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not on the fan base. It's not on, the pleasure of being able to play in front of the fans at Golden One because they bring it every single night. It's not that. I think it's just, you have to look at it collectively as a whole. And I know I probably piss people off a lot because what I'm saying right now, it's not an excuse. It's just it's a reality of professional sports. It's never one or two things. It's a collection of a bunch of things, and it's not an excuse. It's just reality. And the great teams are the ones that figure out how to have success when faced with all the different adversities that you're going to be faced with during a season. Like you look at the 60-point game from De'Aaron Fox and the 49-point game. I mean, that was without DeMar and Domas.
Yeah.
And I believe they won one, and the one, against Minnesota, they almost won in overtime. Like, if you look at that in reality, it's like they had no business being in that game against Minnesota. Just looking at, the bodies they were missing, the important pieces they were missing, but they figured out a way to almost come out with that. And it took a 60-point game from De'Aaron, and it wasn't enough. That just tells you how collectively it takes so many things to be right for teams to have success in this league, and specifically in the Western Conference. I mean, it is an absolute joke to me, the difference between the East and the West and what that means in the Western Conference, especially early in the season. You look at it and you're like, oh my God, like you're in 12th, 13th place and your record is better than the 4th place team in the Eastern Conference. Like what in the world is the reality in the NBA? It doesn't seem fair, but you have to face the things that are laid out in front of you. And this is just the reality for the Kings.
You brought up New Orleans. We got to go here, but, just remember, on the NBA broadcast, on the NBA League Pass broadcast, those mics are on a lot. Did you hear about that?
No.
You didn't hear. I know you're not on social media. You and Mark were commenting on the lack of noise in New Orleans as you guys are coming back from break, and
the lack of bodies.
The mic was on.
I'll tell you what. Like we're out on an island, because we have no control over our microphones.
Right.
It's someone.
You don't have a clicky? You don't have the little on-off clicky there?
So we have a talk back button where we can talk to the truck, but they have to open our mics so that we can talk to each other during break.
You don't have a kill?
No, we don't.
Wow.
And so I will say this in all honesty. We have to be able to talk to each other during the break.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
But in New Orleans, we were having so many issues with the audio person there. And so, you know what? I don't know what was said.
It wasn't anything terrible.
Offended.
There was no swearing. Okay. It wasn't anything terrible. Okay. I think it was, I'm paraphrasing, but it was like,
thank goodness.
I can't believe it. So God, it is dead in here. It was something like that.
But the reality of it is like, it's a dangerous situation to be in. So
you better be careful.
That was the only thing.
With that mouth. You better watch.
I mean, could embarrass a sailor for sure. Hey, thanks for letting me know, because I literally don't go on.
I didn't think you did
anymore.
I wouldn't have brought it up publicly if it was anything bad. It was funny, but I think I was in Europe and somebody sent me a clip. They're like, get hold of your girl Katie. I was like, this isn't bad.
Yeah,
I think you would have gotten text Katie.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah. I guess this is true. Dodged the bullet there, didn't I?
Yes, you did. But don't. You ain't Neo in the Matrix, dude. Don't spin that wheel of fortune too many times.
Yeah, no joke, right?
That's Katie Christensen, analyst for your Sacramento Kings, back-to-back versus the Lakers coming up. Finish that shopping, put up the Katie Griswold version of lights. I'm sure you're still doing. Well, what the hell, you've already done it.
we are wrapped on that. We have it dialed in.
All right. Well, I'm sure I'll talk to you before, but Merry Christmas to you and yours. Have a good holiday, and we'll see you on the broadcast.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you guys next week.
No,
So
I'm
Merry
gone.
Christmas.
Hey, I'm gone, dude. It's all good. I'll talk to you in 3 weeks from 3 weeks from today, as a matter of fact. So have fun.
Finally, a break. My goodness.
All right. Shoosh. See you. Take care. Bye. That's Katie Christensen. We'll take a break. I don't know if anybody else saw that clip, but that made me laugh. When we come back, hey, what's wrong with the NBA? That's the conversation that's going around. We'll have a conversation about that. We still have what to watch. Alan Stiles as well. We're right back in just 1 minute.
The only place you'll find Kevin Herter is Sacktown Sports.
Herter's open, steps into three. He's got the triple. Hey, Sacramento, it's Kevin Herter, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
It's football season, and Uber Eats is dropping undefeated deals on all your game day favorites. This week, score buy one, get one free 6-piece boneless wings from Buffalo Wild Wings. Now on Uber Eats. Craving even more? We've got you covered with game day deals on pizza, burgers, tacos, and more all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms, taxes, and fees apply. See app for details.
Hey, pet parents. With Progressive's collision coverage, you get extra protection for your cat or dog, because there's nothing worse than seeing your pet hurt. Like when you see their face after accidentally stepping on their tail. And you say, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Pickles." But as you kiss his nose and rub his little belly welly, you know Mr. Pickles is thinking, "You betrayed me." Anywho, Progressive pays up to $1,000 in vet bills if your pet is injured in an auto accident. Learn more at Progressive.com and watch where you step. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Collision coverage subject to policy terms. Not available in all states.
Carmichael Dave.
He has very good sources, and he just kind of tells it as it is and gets to the point.
Jason Ross.
He has a lot of pretty smart things to say. He's good at what he does.
On Sacktown Sports.
There's been a conversation going around on the heels of viewership numbers with the NBA. And it started last week. And as a matter of fact, Chris, the guy who started the whole conversation, have we ever figured out who he is?
Who?
This whole what's wrong with the NBA convo.
I don't know who started it, but we will have Dan Roberts, who is the editor-in-chief over at Front Office Sports, to give his opinion on why he thinks.
I think he started it. That's what I'm saying. I'm blaming him. We'll have him on tomorrow?
We will.
Or Friday. Tomorrow or Friday?
Tomorrow. 9 a.m.
9 a.m.
On the dot.
On the dot. So this happens in every sport. Probably the NFL the least, but it's even happened with the NFL. Remember Mark Cuban famously saying pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered, and the NFL's getting hoggy. Well, the NFL's gotten a lot hoggier since. They're fine. We just went over NBA team valuations a little bit ago that came out from Sportico. And I'm looking at these year-on-year value increases. 10, 12, 10, 43% for the Nets, 25% for the Clippers, that stadium. 11%, 15, 20% for the Heat, 18 for the Rockets, 19 for the Kings. Going all the way down to the lowest valued team in the NBA. Lowest. The Memphis Grizzlies, worth $3.06 billion. They had a 9% year-on-year increase. Okay, so that's what, like just this side of it's about 270 million year-on-year. So guess what? I said this yesterday. The NBA is doing just fine. There's nothing wrong with it. The NBA's not going anywhere. People aren't leaving the NBA in droves. The franchises continue to skyrocket in value. They just signed a record TV deal. They're fine. Now, if you want to say, well, the NBA is not the NFL, well, nothing's the NFL. If your thing is comparing the NBA to the NFL, you're thinking about it wrong. As a business, as an entity, there is nothing wrong with the NBA. if you knew in advance that there was a stock you could invest in that would have a guaranteed 10, 15, 43% increase year on year, if you knew that the worst you would do is 9%, you would run, not walk, to go invest in that. It's fine. It's fine. That doesn't mean you can't tweak some things, though. So, and by the way, I don't think there's anything wrong with having occasional State of the Union conversations when it comes to the sports. So with the NBA, but the problem is everybody's going to have their different takes. They shoot too many threes. Yeah, probably. There's stretches that people can grab out of context where you got teams going back and forth for a minute, breaking threes. They don't run enough offense. The mid-range jumper's almost dead. Fine, I guess. I think ways to improve the NBA. I think we can go a little bit deeper. Chris, you watch the NBA. You're what I would consider to be a diehard. You're an expert. You know, we all are experts, if you will. Blah blah blah. What's the biggest rivalry in the NBA right now? Name me
Celtics Knicks.
Okay. Name me another rivalry in the NBA right now, or rivalry.
Lakers Warriors.
Okay. Theirs are both so weak. But you're right. I think you're right. Kings Warriors. Where are the rivalries? Where's the bad blood? Where's the I hate to say this, and I'm not advocating it, but you want to make the NBA a lot more popular very quickly, you need some fights. You need a couple teams getting into it on the floor and having some bench clears. The NBA has always been at its best when there are clear-cut rivalries, whether it's individual or team. The greatest stretch of NBA I've seen in my lifetime growing up was Lakers-Celtics. And then it became Bulls-Pistons. Bulls-Knicks for a minute. Warriors-Cavs. Even Kings-Lakers. Kings-Warriors from a personal standpoint.
Kings-Warriors was, I believe, the most watched series.
It was.
They went to 7 games.
It was. There's a lot of conversation we can have. I just don't know if it actually has anything to do with the play. Would I like to see them maybe move the three-point line back? Okay, we could talk about it, but then you're going to get a lot of longer three-pointers taken. There's talk about capping the amount of three-pointers you can take during a game. That's stupid. I know we got to break. Chris, I did hear one thing that I'm always down for the interesting takes. I did hear one thing that actually was kind of interesting to me. Play the game, triple zeros in the fourth quarter. It's Chris 93, Dave 91, final buzzer. Now we head to the free throw line because nobody takes free throws during the game. Every free throw is documented and written down. And at the end of the game, the teams line up and everybody has to make the free throws assigned to them. And they can choose whether, so let's say Steph Curry has 12 free throws coming to him. He can choose to take them in 2 free throw bursts. He can take all 12, whatever. And you go back and forth, this guy on this team, that guy on that team. And that's how you finish every game.
I'm actually very interested in that.
Look, it's probably this.
And the game would probably last like 70, 80 minutes.
That's what I'm saying. It moves the game quickly. And then can you imagine, well, this team's up 8, but they shoot 90% from the line. This team shoots 70% from the line. Here we go.
I'm just picturing at Golden One, Kings up 3 with like 5 free throws to go.
Yes. And the other team, imagine the crowds and the atmosphere when you're trying to throw the other team off their game and you like switch sides halfway through or whatever. You get to pick your goal, whatever it is. It's probably stupid, but I gotta admit, I was like, that's I wouldn't mind seeing an experiment there. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, what to watch. Also, your phone calls at 1-800-920-1140. A couple of questions about that I'll get to as well, as far as like, well, what if a player fouls out? What do you do? 916-339-1140. We're back right after this.
Thursday night, Kings and Lakers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings is Sacktown Sports 1140.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
At Makita, good enough is never enough. Anyone can throw in a stronger motor, but it takes precision to find that balance of power, performance, and longevity. We obsess over every detail. We design, test, redesign, and do it all over again to create tools that'll keep going with you from project to project, job site to job site, year after year. If it's not right, don't put your name on it. Makita, available at the Home Depot.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khtk.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check you have a full tank of gas first before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, reminding you that every deal at Folsom Lake Ford is a slam dunk. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, including America's best-selling truck for over 47 years, Ford F-Series, plus a huge selection of Broncos, Bronco Sports, and all of Ford's award-winning SUVs at FolsomLakeFord.com. Listen, I know a great play when I see one, and if you want to save on a new Ford, you gotta drive the lane straight to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with zero down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest financing, and Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. So hurry to Folsom Lake Ford, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they're my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop them online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
Did you know that replacing garage doors is the biggest return on investment homeowners can get on improvements? Jason Ross here, and let me tell you about the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, a family-owned and operated company with third-generation owners that's been in business for 71 years right here in Sacramento. With new garage doors from Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, you'll not only get the wow factor, but you'll also know that you're working with a well-respected and proven company. Residential and commercial, brand new garage doors, or repairs to existing doors, they do it all. Take advantage of their free at-home estimates on new garage doors, or check out the showroom with no appointment needed. And while you're at it, mention me, Jason Ross, or Sacktown Sports, and receive $100 off a new garage door paired with a new garage door opener. Check out their website at ohdsac.com or call them at 916-421-3747. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
Call or text at 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
All right, before we get to what to watch, it's time to play. What does the player mean by that tweet? We go to Miami. Tyreek Hill, star wide receiver. Screen name on Twitter, @Cheetah, which is actually a pretty cool name, like the animal, Cheetah. He says the following: "It's time for me to go, coach. It's time for me to go, coach." Now, you'd have to see it to get it, but he tweeted this out a couple hours ago. Does Tyreek Hill mean he wants out of Miami? Wait. There are no commas in the sentence. So I said it reads, "It's time for me to go, coach." Or does it read, "It's time for me to go, coach"? As in, Michael Vick just signed a deal. I think I can coach. It's time for me to go, coach. Or is he tired of flying business class? I don't know. But I know that we don't have a follow-up tweet for him. Well, we do have a follow-up tweet. He tweeted that out at 7:49. And then also at 7:49, he immediately followed it with, "I might get my first gray hair this year." These are the things we have to wonder about. It's time for me to go, coach.
It's time for me to go, coach.
It's time for me to go, coach. Well, that's a lot of stress that they probably don't need in Miami. From the text line, 916-339-1140. Dave, I'm going to be honest. IMMA. I'm going to be honest. Maybe those people that only like the playoffs and finals are casuals. If you don't want to watch Bucks and Thunder on a quiet Tuesday night, maybe you don't actually like the game like you think. Instead of fans constantly criticizing the game, maybe they should just accept it that they don't love the game like they claim they do. I'll say this about that. As a guy who is definitely not a casual, but did not watch last night's game, I've said this before. I don't think casual is the pejorative that it's used at. I actually think the opposite. I'm not a casual. I'm a diehard NBA fanatic. I think that's like the one that's the worst to be. I've wondered for a long time. I've truly wondered about myself when I step away from this job, and that's going to be sooner rather than later. I got a couple years left, max. When I step away, God, am I going to be as big a Kings fan as I was? Am I going to be as big a sports fan as I was? Because I always say, like, well, if I wasn't getting paid for it, I wouldn't watch that. Well, that'll get put to the test. And I honestly have been doing this job since I was 17 in one form or the other. And I am now 38. I don't know how middle-aged Dave is going to react. But I can tell you this, I kind of want to be a casual. I think it's actually healthier. Hey, Kings win? Oh, they didn't? Ah, man, come on, guys. What's wrong? You got to win. I wish they'd won. Well, what's for dinner? I actually think it's healthier. I know it's healthier. When the Denver Kings game happened, all I thought about was they're going to blow it, they're going to blow it, they're going to blow it, they're going to blow the lead. They blew the lead. As they were blowing the lead, I hate watching them blowing the lead. Then DeRozan fumbled the ball. God hates Sacramento. I hate my life. Here I am. Why do I care so much? This is stupid. I hate basketball. I hate this team. I hate watching them. I hate my life. I hate my family. I hate my dogs. I hate everything. Now I got to go to work tomorrow, and I got to talk about this for 4 hours to everybody who's also going to hate it. And then I'm going to hate them, and I hate the world, and it sucks. And it's stupid. And why does God hate Sacramento? That's my brain. I know I'm not alone. That's not healthy. We're talking and investing emotional currency into a bunch of millionaire dudes that are, based on the demos of this radio station, are younger than most of us, playing with an orange ball, who have no idea who the hell we are, and we're rooting for laundry. And we're in good and bad moods over it. And by the way, that's fine. That's just how it is. But when somebody says you're a casual, someday I want somebody to call me, like, legitimately be like, oh, you're a casual, aren't you? And I want my answer to be like, yes, I am. I happily am. I don't like making, I won't make that analogy. I want to be able to say, dude, I've been there. I've lived and died with this team. I'm good. I've invested enough. Some dude on the chat line keeps asking the same question over and over again. Carmichael, that's how I know somebody knows me. When will your friend Monty McVest make some moves? I get it. Like Monty McNair, but he's wearing a vest. Clever. And the only reason I'm answering this is because he keeps asking. I don't know why. What exactly do you expect my answer to be? Next week, dude. I don't know. I have no idea. I think if they lose a game or two to the Lakers, I think if something happens, it's going to happen here pretty soon, but I don't know. I know as much as you do. I know as much as you do, and I have his phone number. He does not tell me these things, nor do I ask. Not once have I said, hey, making a move soon? Hey, you thought about, hey, you thought about this guy? I don't know. You want me to text him? Hey, dude, got a move coming up? Because GL Lobo on the chat wants to know badly. Not badly, badly. What to watch tonight? Nothing. There's nothing to watch. That's why I did that whole thing. There's nothing because there's no NBA today. How stupid is that? There's no NBA. There's no NFL football. It's a dumb Wednesday. Thank God tonight's the night my daughter has her little performance-y thinger. Is there even a bowl game? I know we got to break, Chris. Is there even a bowl game? What is today? No, there's not a bowl game. There's not even some stupid bowl game.
Wasn't there a show or a movie? Oh, it was History of the World Part 2. I might check that out.
Are you gonna?
It's a show I saw that it's got 8 episodes.
There's a series on it?
Yeah.
Hell, even last night you had the Scooters Coffee Frisco Bowl. Memphis beat West Virginia 42-37. It's the first time in years I've missed the Scooters Coffee Frisco Bowl. Sounds like something to do with weed. We'll take a break. when we come back, Alan Stiles joins us. Celebrity birthdays and more next.
Thursday night, Kings and Lakers. King night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings is Sacktown Sports 1140.
The holidays can be tough for some, especially if things from your past are still following you around to this day. Now, don't be afraid of your past this upcoming holiday season, as an expungement can help. And that's where the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez comes in, as he's local and has a great track record. Now that expungement can help you get a job, get your life back in order, and you'll also get your constitutional rights back. He's offering discounts on expungements now through Christmas. Call 916-304-9187. That's 916-304-9187.
Welcome back to another exciting game day. Grab your rally towels, throw on your jerseys, cheer, shout, and save on your gas. That's right. Sports fans win big on home game days. Score instant savings of 25 cents per gallon on Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline with the Fuel Rewards program. And that's a victory for you and your tailgate team. Download the app, join the Fuel Rewards program today, and game on. Restrictions apply. Limited time. And participating Shell stations. For more details, visit fuelrewards.com.
The most wonderful time of the year has officially begun at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet in Sacramento. This is the sale you've been dreaming of, with holiday hits on every aisle. 12 full days of unbeatable prices on only the best Makita products in town, and much, much more. Free batteries with tools, free tools with batteries, and bare tools starting at just $99. So check us out at 6701 Power Inn Road in Sacramento, or shop our Christmas deals online at fastenersinc.net. Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Better tools, better prices.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Get huge year-end savings on the all-new 2025 Silverado now at Maida Chevy.
With $8,000 off MSRP after rebates on select new 2025 half-ton Silverado LT and RST.
And Maida Chevy has one of the largest selections of new 2025 Silverados in the Sacramento area.
$8,000 off new 2025 Silverado at Maida Chevy. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Now available with special financing leasing some of their offers.
It's time for the news of the day.
The latest headlines, the biggest stories, hard-hitting analysis.
Yeah, this is none of those things.
And now,
here's Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross.
You! No, Jason. He's on vacation. Well deserved. But here's Alan Stiles in before we even started the segments. That's rare.
I did the same thing.
When did you do it?
Yesterday.
No, you didn't. You were still getting ready when you came. You were here.
You were getting ready.
Thank you. You were
when
not
we
plugged in.
The mics on.
I pay attention to these things.
It's
I'm not. It's you're doing prep. I get it. You got a lot of load to lift.
Well, I had to come straight today.
What?
From the barber.
Oh, hey. Did you get a haircut?
Yeah.
All right, looks good.
So I had it in the morning, so I had to head straight over.
How long did it take you to get a Sacramento barber?
Good point.
This is my 3rd or 4th. The first guy took forever. The second guy raised his prices like $15 out of nowhere, and now I'm here. So I think this is number 3.
I am very jealous of people like you with the whole, oh, that sounds terrible. Let me explain the whole hair thing. You have an ability that I don't. And I'm not talking, it's not a color thing. Oh. There are people that have there are people that have the ability like you do with your beard to like blend it in to your hair. Like it all looks like one piece. Whereas you have guys like me.
Can you grow a beard?
I can, and it looks horrible. It looks like somebody super glued chunks of pubes to my face. Okay. Even the consistency of my beard is not good.
Yeah.
Yours is there's no gray. If there is,
there's gray.
Well, then good job on the color.
There's gray on the bottom.
I don't see
color. It's all on the
Hair
bottom.
Club for me. There's nothing wrong with it.
I don't use that.
If you color
paint your bald spot,
nothing wrong with that, Al.
I will pluck.
But I am saying, regardless of creed, color, religion, whatever it is, there are people on this earth that have those awesome beards that are full, they're filled in, they blend perfectly. And then there's guys like me that just, if I could grow a full beard, I 100% would, because this face, the more I cover it, the better. I can't. So it sucks. Mm-hmm. You were blessed.
Conversely, I had this at 14. That's when I knew I was.
Did you really?
I was cooked.
You were an early beard guy?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
Good for you. Mm-hmm. Right here, in case you case you didn't have it, I'm sure you did, but just so you know, because this is a shared workplace, we have right here, Alan, we have all the Fox Draymond cuts ready for you, just in case we've been playing.
All clean?
No, we're allowed to swear between 6 and 10.
Yeah, you didn't know you were allowed one F word an hour?
Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be great if you? Isn't it like
gotta use it the right way?
Right, like isn't it? You can still be PG-13, but you get one F word.
Yes.
Okay, that's a rule. That we should have that. Like
that's
you get
also true.
One F bomb a show, and you just like we would have like a build up and a sounder and all that. It's time for today's F bomb.
What if it was like carbon credits where you could sell it to other stations? Like the Christian stations, like we have no need for these. We can sell it to the other stations.
They carry over. Alan, I did not say the F bomb today. You get 2.
Yeah, I don't know. We had something happen on the show yesterday where there was a caller that had been calling in, and we basically had to say, hey, no more of this, right? And essentially they kept calling in and referencing things that they got into with Kyle Draper. But this was the second time now.
Like they called in like arguments that they got into.
Yeah, and I said the same. I said this to Draper. Not even I said the same thing to Draper. Hey, yeah, just like I was telling Draper. So the first time, fine, I let it go. The second time, there was other things that were said as far as Sacramento. I just wasn't in the mood. Right. Especially yesterday. Yeah. I just wasn't in the mood after the loss. And I just said, hey, we're done here. And I had a scene in it where I said, stop referring to stuff you're talking to Kyle Draper about with me.
Right.
We have absolutely nothing in common besides the fact we're both black. And Kyle just staring at me.
Wait, Kyle, this guy?
Ledbetter.
Yeah.
We're staring at me through the glass. Yeah. It's like, because we're both black.
Yeah, and
It was very reminiscent of the Stephen A. He was on. I don't know if I can say it.
I don't know if you can either, but I know what you're referencing.
You know, we're both black. And there was just silence for about 40 seconds.
I don't know what Kyle. Poor Kyle. I think Kyle probably just kind of wanted to shrink down. I'll let you take
and I'll
this.
tell you this much. I'm sick and tired. So yeah, you would have if your wife was listening yesterday, she probably really enjoyed because I was done.
Wow, you had that cadence there where you almost broke into it. I don't know if you intentionally did this or not, but you almost broke into of course they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell.
I mean, yeah. There's a lot of Chappelle.
You know the funny thing about Kyle Draper, I love Kyle. We get along. I could never, ever, ever do a show with Kyle.
Why?
Because we're cut from similar. We would get in knockout, drag out arguments.
I feel similarly.
Yeah, we would, and that's no disrespect. He's a great host. That's part of what makes him great. And I'm a psycho about this. Yeah. I guarantee you, give it a minimum a week, and at some point one of us is going to say something.
Yeah,
and we both have kind of similar temperaments.
Oh yeah,
probably be really good radio.
We need to do, what is it called, a switch up where everybody does a show.
I don't want it.
Well, it was funny because
I don't want the smoke.
I know he's driving around in his Mercedes, so maybe he heard, maybe he didn't. But I literally said, I'm going to do the most traditional radio show today where we go over everything. We go over, should De'Aaron have taken the last shot? Not even that I believe this stuff.
Right.
I just felt like yesterday was the day to do the most traditional radio ever. They come in, drive guys, first words out of Kyle Draper's mouth. I'm not doing the hot take radio guy thing today. And I don't know if it was an intentional shot at me. I don't know. Yeah. But I know what I did it on purpose. And you know what? I loved every second of it yesterday.
And I wonder if he did end up having a couple of hot takes, though.
Well,
I'm not going to do it.
From what I heard, it was, because I listened, because once I heard that, it was a lot of, it was a great game. They're moving in the right direction. I did not do that yesterday. None of it.
That's tough.
Someone's got to do it.
Someone's got to do it. But also, there's just,
I might do that today.
Shout out to Kyle Draper, our guy, and he and White Gleason this afternoon. The drive guys will take you after Alan. Celebrity birthdays, by the way. And look, birthdays are meant to be spent with family and friends. Nothing says birthdays like crumble cookies. Our good friends. I have a feeling you're going to have a much different take on the Fox thing than I did.
I didn't get a chance to listen. I was getting chopped up.
I love what he said. I'm 100% for it, and I think he's 100% correct. And I think for all the people out there wanting moves to be made, he's saying the same thing, and nobody's voice carries better weight than De'Aaron Fox. He's being honest. He's being transparent. He's not threatening.
Yeah.
He's just saying, I want to win a championship. Well, you know what? I want to win a championship too, De'Aaron. Thank you.
No. I don't really have a problem with what De'Aaron said. I think ultimately the question becomes, where do you want to fit in this championship team? Do you want to go get Luka? You want to be option number 3? Well, I don't know. That's what I don't know.
It's a fair question. He also said we have an MLS team, so that's breaking news too. Yes, I think that was an accident. But who's old today, Christopher?
Steven Spielberg.
Now here's a guy.
Steven is 73.
No. He's 80.
No,
He's 80.
He is not 80.
We do not have a correct answer.
He's not 80.
He is not 80. He is closer, though. Alan gets a point. He's 78.
Jeez, Louise.
Love Star Wars.
How about we go with Brad Pitt? Brad Pitt's birthday.
Now he's old.
Yeah. Favorite Brad Pitt role?
Thelma and Louise.
Thelma and Louise.
I would say.
Actually, no. Deadpool 2.
Dance Club.
Dance Club. The correct answer, everybody, is Floyd the Stoner in True Romance.
Troy.
No, Deadpool 2 as the Invisible Man.
Moneyball.
Brad Pitt, 62.
I was going to say 62.
You say that. Well, you still can.
He's not 63. He's 61 then.
We do have a correct answer. You both wanted 62. Alan, smart move. He is 61
right.
on the nose.
That's right. Keep it going. Rate of play.
All right, now let's see where you guys are with this one. It is Stone Cold Steve Austin's birthday today.
Now here's a guy.
You go first.
He was the hero of the middle school in the mid to late 90s.
I want to go first because I think it'd be hilarious. Stone Cold Steve Austin is 55 ish.
53.
53. None of you guys were keeping up on your
Rise
War. Dave is closest. He is 60 years old today.
Wow. Is he the guy with the jacked up knees?
Yes.
Is he also the one
That's every wrestler.
Is he the one that squeezes the beer cans?
Yes, he squeezes them.
All right. Yeah.
Happy birthday today to singer Sia.
Wow, is she here?
We actually have a drop of Sia.
Do we? We do.
That's her?
Yeah, that's her.
Yeah, duh.
We still haven't seen her face, so I don't know how old she is.
Imagine how annoying that would be, just walking around with hair in front of your face the whole time. That's not great. Sia is 41. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, Sia is 43.
Is it Sia? Oh.
I don't know.
Alan is closer. She is 48 today.
Oh, is she the one that sings not Wrecking Ball, the one I am titanium.
I don't know what that is.
Kyle's
yes.
The one with the techno dude.
Yeah.
The one that did the MLS shout out.
Marsh.
That one. What's his name?
David Guetta.
Thank you. Yeah. David Guetta and Sia.
She should do something with Marshmallow since none of them show their face.
They never show their faces. Much like
Daft Punk.
It is Dave's favorite singer today, Billie Eilish's birthday. So obviously he knows this one.
You know, I'm going to be close. She is, oh God, she's one of two numbers. She's 22.
Yeah, it's either 21 or 22. I feel like it would be a bigger deal if she was 21, but I'm going to say 21 anyway.
Yeah.
21, 22? Neither one of you are correct.
It was 22 or 23. It's 23.
Dave is correct second hand. She is 23 today.
It's gotta be 22 or 23. I like to think I'd help discover Billie Eilish.
I discovered Beyonce.
I was on the Billie Eilish train before.
I was on the Beyonce train.
All right, we've got three more. We've got Katie Holmes, Christina Aguilera, and Ronald Acuna Jr.
Pick yours.
Christina Aguilera, just to go 90s. I'm going to say Christina Aguilera is 46.
Off by 2, 44.
It was Acuna and who?
Katie Holmes.
Ronald Acuna Jr. is 27.
He's 26.
Dave is correct, right on the money, 27 years old. Last one, Katie Holmes.
40?
42.
46.
Oh, God.
Come
I
on.
don't want to wait.
I don't want to. Wait, no. That's not Katie Holmes.
That's the show she was
the
on.
show she's on.
Dawson's
Okay.
Creek.
Who did sing that?
don't
Wasn't
know.
like Donna something?
What's the difference between Dawson's Creek and Seventh Heaven?
About 12 brain cells. I don't know. Alan Stiles is next. Thanks to everybody. Chris Rollad's the man. Bye-bye now. Light the beat.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare and you want out, you need to get the facts. Wesley Financial Group and its founder, Chuck McDowell, have helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshares permanently, and he may be able to help you too. Call right now. Chuck will send you a timeshare exit information guide free, explaining how your timeshare works and all your options for cancellation. You want to call Wesley Financial Group, 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Once again, 800-761-0000.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and that means limited time savings on the paint pros need. Right now, save $15 on 5-gallon pails of HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams All-Purpose Power Primer. Plus, get it delivered to your job site with free same-day delivery when you order by 2 p.m. Visit us in-store or online today, because Lowe's knows paint. Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 12/20. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days of pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Ba, 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 ba. Yep, 'tis the season. Hey, if you take pride in your gift giving, here's a great idea for you. Gift cards from the Good Feet store. Okay, so art supports aren't exactly what they've been hinting for, but you know they'd love them. And with the Good Feet lifetime warranty, it's a gift they'll enjoy forever. Buy a Good Feet gift card now, and Good Feet will boost its value 20%. That's a 20% gift from the Good Feet store. The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Vacaville, and in Reno on South Virginia Street.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Yes, yes, yes. Pound Style, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Kyle Better behind the glass for us, as always. And we got quite the show, okay? We obviously are going to talk Kings, but we are going to talk some NFL. There is a conversation being had about one Brock Purdy and how much money Brock Purdy should be paid. Has Sam Darnold, is it fair to say, as Brian Baldinger went on Bay Area radio station, we'll have that sound for you. Brian Baldinger went on Bay Area radio station. He said, I would flip Sam Darnold for Brock Purdy right now. And a lot of people, here's the thing, when guys that are former players and analysts, when guys say stuff, and this isn't just a football thing or a Niner thing or anything like that, when guys say stuff that played in the league and they say stuff you like, then they have all the credibility in the world. Now, all of a sudden, Niner fans don't like Brian Baldinger too much. Now, all of a sudden, what does he know? Because Kurt Warner essentially laughed at that notion. We've talked about how Kurt Warner seems to have an affinity for Brock Purdy. Both spent some time in Arizona, both under-recruited, if you will, underdogs. All right. And Kurt Warner rides for Brock Purdy. He rides for Brock Purdy. So Kurt Warner is laughing at that notion. Some people saying, why would the Niners bring back Sam Darnold and flip them or have them battle it out when Sam Darnold just lost to Brock in a battle? Well, let's ask that question. If there is an internal hire, right, or if there is a hire and somebody has the inside track, how fair is it for that outside person, or how much of an opportunity does that outside person have to get the job? You'd have to really knock their socks off, but ultimately you're probably still going to give that opportunity to the internal hire. Coming off that UCL, Brock Purdy, he beat out Sam Darnold, right? But he was an internal hire. He played his butt off. Internal hire. Sam Darnold came in. Sam Darnold probably needed that season to get his mind right. They wanted to do the same thing with Daniel Jones. But now that it looks like Sam Darnold got his mind right, would you take Sam Darnold at a Baker Mayfield contract or Brock Purdy at $50 million? That's what we're going to get into today. Or would you just bring Sam Darnold in and have him battle it out, have Brock play out his contract? Okay? The same thing can be said about Sam Darnold that people have said about Brock Purdy. Sam Darnold is playing with a couple good weapons out there in Minnesota. He's got Justin Jefferson, the best receiver in the league. He's got Hockenson, one of the best tight ends in the league. Could be knocking on that door in a couple years. Jordan Addison probably could be a number one on at least, 5 to 10 teams right now. And now all of a sudden, Sam Darnold looks good. So let's do what we've been doing with Brock Purdy this whole time. Now let's put Brock Purdy on the Vikings, and how do they look? But people want to talk about not just Brock Purdy versus Sam Darnold, Brock Purdy at the price that he might be asking for versus the price that Sam Darnold would be okay with. So we are going to have some fun with some Niners talk, just some quarterback talk in general. Caleb Williams, he doesn't throw picks, but I feel like he should. I feel like it's time to throw some picks. There's the same thing with Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers, when he's not busy fighting other ESPN analysts while he's on an ESPN show, by the way, and asking people for their vaccination status. But Aaron Rodgers, he was a guy who never threw picks. And he would win games, he would lose games. But the question was, maybe you should throw a pick every now and then. Hey, Caleb, your season's cooked. You got an interim coach. Do you really want to continue taking sacks? Now, obviously, it's good to take care of the football, but maybe just let it fly one time. Okay? It's okay to throw interceptions. Any quarterback analyst, any quarterback guru, any football person will tell you it's okay to throw interceptions sometimes. I'm not impressed by Caleb Williams not throwing interceptions when he's just taking sacks. Because he's taking sacks because he's missing dudes. All right? So a lot of quarterback talk throughout the show. And, of course, we are kicking off the show with Dearon Fox on the Draymond Green Podcast. We don't necessarily know when Dearon Fox hopped on, but we know he's been continuing to say the same thing over and over again, and a loss against the Nuggets or a loss against whoever or a win against whoever doesn't really make a difference. We know the bottom line is De'Aaron Fox keeps saying, I need to make sure this team is going in a different direction or in the right direction. But he did say something specifically that we are going to get into because there might be an issue or there might be something that could scare you about what De'Aaron Fox said. Because if it ain't about the money, this could be a problem. De'Aaron Fox says, hey, It's not really about the money. He says what a lot of us have been thinking. I looked this up. This was probably maybe 5 years ago. Once you cross a certain threshold of money, your life can't really get any better from a general standpoint. Yeah, you can buy more private jets, and yeah, your future family members, right? Your family can be in a better position, okay? But from 100 million, whatever that number is, 100 million to 200 million to 500 million, you're able to do a lot of the same things. So De'Aaron Fox essentially says something that we've all been thinking. What is it when you already have, we're talking about Brandon Ingram and how he has to be paid $50 million. And I didn't even realize that Brandon Ingram was coming off of his rookie extension, 5 years, was it 5 years, $150 million, something like that. So it ain't like he ain't got money in the bank. He just wants more. So if you don't have a price tag, if you're De'Aaron Fox and you don't have a price tag, and it's solely based on making the team, now that's whether you believe him or not. We're going to break that down about 7-ish minutes, whether you believe him or not. But if you don't have a price tag and it's literally based on how this team competes, that's scary. That is scary because the one thing that Sacramento has, besides the fact that De'Aaron seems to love the city, and obviously that's the team that took a chance on him, is that they can pay him more money than other teams. But if De'Aaron doesn't care about that, and he doesn't want to be a 9 seed, even if he gets the Supermax, you know what? I don't want to be a 9 seed. Even with this money, like I said, what's the difference between $345 million and $250 million? This has been, and today's point, we talked in the crosstalk, possibly the most relatable thing that De'Aaron Fox has ever said. Yesterday, we were talking about how these NBA players don't seem as relatable. They have more money than anyone could ever imagine. They just don't seem relatable. De'Aaron Fox on the Draymond Green podcast said a lot of things that were pretty darn relatable. They're really, he sounded normal. What's the difference between 200 million and 300 million? Yeah, it's 100 million, don't get me wrong. But when you already have that in the bank and you want to add something else to your legacy, how much do you care about it? De'Aaron, on that podcast, and I keep saying yesterday just because it dropped yesterday, it made him, and it silenced a lot of the critics, I think, and I've been one of them because I'm a fiery guy. I like seeing people react. I like the rah-rah. I'm very traditional that way. And a lot of these guys, a lot of these younger players, they're not really like that. So in a world where people don't want Kyle Kuzma because he's chasing the bag, in a world where people don't want Bradley Beal because he's chasing the bag, it's funny because both those guys have played for the Wizards. There's a theme here. De'Aaron Fox is saying, I don't care about the bag per se in the same way. I'm going to get money. I'm going to make money. I'm going to do my thing. I just signed with Steph Curry. I want to win. In a time where De'Aaron Fox, I said, what was it? I said yesterday that there have been a lot of people who allow things to be said or hold De'Aaron to a certain standard. I get it. He's the leader. But you can't talk about anybody else. I can say some crazy stuff about De'Aaron Fox. I can say some crazy stuff about De'Aaron Fox, and nobody's going to check me on it. I say something crazy about Keegan Murray, somebody's going to check me on it. I say something crazy about Malik Monk, somebody's going to check me on it. I say something crazy about DeMar DeRozan or Sabonis, somebody's going to check me on it. But De'Aaron Fox has lived in this world where I don't really know if fans felt like he was here to truly win the big one, or what is it that he wanted. And he's telling you 200 million, 300 million, I'm not really tripping off that. It's what he's saying, right? We don't know, but that's what he's saying. But I want to win. Now, there's something very scary to bring it all back around. Something very scary in what De'Aaron Fox said. We're going to break that down when we return. Alan Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
The holidays are always a great time to get together with family and friends, but nothing beats the thrill of Stockton Honda's deals. During Happy Honda Days, find the perfect ride in person or online. With over 400 new Hondas ready to go, now is the time to buy at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
#1 claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company L1 report.
With the cooler seasons upon us, Advanced Infusion Center remains focused on your health and comfort. Whether you're dealing with a chronic illness or in need of IV therapy, we provide tailored treatments to meet your unique needs. Our caring team is here to make sure your experience is safe, comfortable, and stress-free. With convenient locations in Sacramento and Yuba and flexible scheduling, you can easily access the care you deserve. Explore Advanced Infusion Therapy today. Visit advancedinfusion.com for compassionate care right where you need it.
By the local 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Got to give a shout out to Kyle. I was rushing this morning because I had to get chopped up. Had to get my hair cut for the 1 hour, or maybe less than that, I'll be at the holiday party. I had to get chopped up for the whatever food is left by the time I get there. I had to. And shout out to my barber, because I had to do I had Golden Blades. Shout out Golden Blades. I had to ask him to do the 8 o'clock haircut because normally it's set at 9 a.m., but obviously that wasn't going to work. So shout out Jorge, Golden Blades, getting me right. And we're hoping that De'Aaron Fox gets it right and that the Kings get it right with De'Aaron Fox, because he's saying some things that I believe are a little scary. And if you notice, a lot of times on this show, we'll warm you up with things that have happened. Yes, the Bucks win the final. I think Giannis, by the way, the Bucks left all that. What was that Michelob Ultra? I don't know that I've ever had a Michelob Ultra. I'm not sure that I have.
Sponsor.
Yeah, but they did not touch any of it. Chris Haynes, and he's great, by the way. Chris Haynes, he took a picture of everything untouched. And now, real quick, now what do you do if you're the NBA Cup or the NBA? You're going to keep putting that sponsor and empty beer out there or full beer there just for – because now that the Bucks have done this, every other team has to do it.
Well, so here's what I think is the funny thing about that. You're talking about probably a pretty sizable sponsorship. I mean, Michelob is just the partner of the NBA, so this is probably just a throw-in as part of, Michelob does this for every championship celebration probably. But what I think is funny is that this is a possible 7-figure decision for the NBA.
Yeah.
That just got made allegedly by Darvin Ham.
Yeah.
That Darvin Ham is the reason why nobody's going to pop champagne after the in-season tournament anymore. Because apparently Darvin Ham, if you'll remember, coach of the Lakers last year, who won the in-season tournament, they did pop the champagne last year. Darvin Ham got fired by the Lakers, now an assistant coach with the Bucks. And apparently he was the one who kind of told the Bucks, hey,
yes,
we kind of regretted doing the silly champagne pop after the in-season tournament last year. I don't think you guys should do it. So the funny thing about it is, like, whether this is the end of a sponsorship or the end of popping champagne after the cup, which I'm sure the NBA wanted to make a thing, the decision was made apparently by Darvin Ham, which I think is hilarious, that Darvin Ham is the one who ends up being the judge, jury, and executioner on no more popping champagne after winning the cup.
Yeah, and the pictures are hilarious because he's I don't think that he's ever lost a game in the NBA Cup.
Perfect.
And
10-0.
This is the funny stuff that, the NBA Twitter, as much as there's issues with the NBA and viewership and maybe the way the game is played, NBA social media has never been better. I mean, there are people making real lives for themselves off NBA media and NBA Twitter, and Darvin Ham and the walking meme that he is a huge part of that. So everybody's going to have some fun. The Bucks take care of business. I don't know, Kyle. Yesterday, and we're about to get into this De'Aaron Fox situation with what he said on the Draymond Green podcast and why it's very, very, I would say scary. I would say scary is the word I would use. Yesterday, I'm wondering if you saw, there's no Chet Holmgren, but did it say more about the Bucks or the Thunder? As yesterday, you kind of quickly stated that you think the Thunder are going to win the whole thing. It's only one game, right? But I would say the Bucks played some of the best defense that they played all season long, and I think it probably says more about the Bucks and more about what the Bucks could be than it does the Thunder. But at the same time, the Thunder with no Chet Holmgren, did you maybe see some cracks in the armor where it's, all right, as good as Shea is, Jalen Williams is still getting better. That lineup, I know defensively, Lou Dort and Caruso are going to lock you down, but offensively, if Lou Dort isn't hitting threes, some of those lineups offensively, I don't know if the Thunder are going to have enough if Shea's able to get neutralized. And to be fair, in playoff basketball, you don't get all of those foul calls that Shea gets. So did it show maybe a crack in the armor for the Thunder at all?
I think maybe. My takeaway was that I was more impressed with Milwaukee because I thought at the start of the season when it was, they also didn't have Chris Middleton, and
that's true. Which I thought they were going to have Chris Middleton.
It's the you made a joke that has never been more true a couple days ago, which is like I don't know when Chris Middleton is playing and when he's not, and that's so true. You just show up to Bucks games, maybe you'll see Chris Middleton, maybe you won't. But
my prop talk, he's banned. He's been banned for at least 2 years now.
Yeah, if they had shipped him out for Dame, I think they'd be feeling a lot better.
That's true.
At the same time, though, with the Bucks, I was more impressed because I thought when it was like Andre Jackson and Taurean Prince and Bobby Portis in the lineup, like I thought they were kind of dead to rights. Like they don't. This is the group they got. They don't have another draft pick to make a trade. They don't have cap flexibility. Like they're the oldest roster in the league. Like. This is what they got. And I thought it wasn't going to work. And they've ran off like 12 of their last 14. And they've been the best team in the NBA since early November. Like I thought they were dead to rights, and the Bucks have been amazing. So my takeaway was more just impressed with Milwaukee than like, oh, this is checking OKC or anything like that. Because since the Cup started a month ago, Milwaukee's been the best team in the league, and Milwaukee won the Cup because they've been the best team in the league.
Yeah, so shout out to the Bucks getting it done, even though they refuse to pop champagne or do anything like that, or the Michelob Ultra, whatever it is. So that is where we're at with the NBA Cup. As far as De'Aaron Fox is concerned, the scary part of what De'Aaron said, and we're going to play this, there's plenty of sound to play. The scariest part of what De'Aaron Fox